Yo, 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 yo. Good morning, everybody. We may or may not have Karen Reed today.
Did she go out drinking
Yay.
again?
Apparently so. And yeah, we did start early just for Griffey, and he didn't have to bribe me this time. We honestly don't know if we have Karen Reed coverage today. They're in the courtroom, but we were this far yesterday. Uh, when it was
But
called
there,
off.
well, there was a banner at the bottom saying it was canceled right when you first brought it up.
Yeah, but nobody knew why. And
Well, is there a
it
banner
was.
now?
No, there is no banner now. I'm about to pull that up. But they were late in putting up their video because I guess they didn't even know. But yesterday, essentially, what happened was everybody was there except for Karen Reed, Karen Reed's family, and Karen Reed's lawyer. So no one put two and two together that it was a problem with Karen Reed. Karen Reed was supposedly sick yesterday, though the rumor going around was she was out partying with Jackson and others the night before and was hungover. But who am I to question someone's sickness? We did have a sick burn on Turtle Boy, though, as he was indicted for 2 more felony witness intimidation charges yesterday. That was for when he went to D&E Pizza and threatened Chris Albert by screaming into the security camera. If you remember, 2 weeks ago, I believe it was, they did not, excuse me.
Holy Jesus!
Yeah, I know I couldn't hit mute. I told you I've got the loudest sneezes in the world. I gave my damn nephew PSTD the one summer he spent here. Because my sneezes just echo through the darn room. Anytime someone sneezes now, he just starts crying. So I don't know. But anyway, yeah. 2 weeks ago, Turtle Boy faced a bail revocation hearing. It was not granted because he wasn't actually facing new charges on anything. His bad behavior was bad behavior, but it was First Amendment protected bad behavior, according to the judge, since he wasn't charged with nothing. So guess what happened? He then just got charged, grand jury convened, and he was charged with 2 more felonies with 20-year possible sentences yesterday. He was told on the way, actually, he was informed of it on the way to a hearing for another. I think he's suing Lindsay Gaetini. So, I don't know. It's all a mess. It's all a mess. So, yeah. We just came out with the newscast, so we were late today. Not sure why. It was scheduled for 8 o'clock. YouTube did not put it through for some reason. I had to manually kickstart it, and we just finished up over there. If anyone wants to take a look at that while we're waiting or during break today, please go ahead and do so. We've got yesterday's stories plus a new story on Chile de Castro from this morning. Chile has yet again. Guess what, Hank? Guess what?
Failed at life completely?
Yes, because what did he announce today? Or yesterday?
That he has nothing in his pants?
And the same thing announced the day before. Posters are up, but like the cards aren't done yet. They'll be done Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So he's still the counter on his website is still stuck at 7 sales for his board game. And yeah. We are having I'm wondering if he's having second second thoughts about all of this now that the sales aren't there. I mean, it looks like there are 7 sales. And he's putting the effort into finishing like there are 7 sales. And what's the point to finishing this if nobody gives a shit? Especially putting all that money into printing the 1,000 copies of the game he said he was going to print.
Yeah, well.
Go ahead.
People are shy on ordering his shit since he never follows through on.
Well, now he's saying he's
go
ahead.
Before the game comes out.
Right. Now he's saying he's aiming at the homeschool market. And he wants to get into the homeschool market to teach kids who learn at home, I guess. His official history of the United States. You're roboting pretty bad, Hank.
Okay. Don't know why.
Okay, try it again.
1, 2.
Yeah, still. Sirio, is it Hank? Just making sure it's not me.
Testing 1, 2.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah, Parson says it's Hank. So is it still raining there?
No. Yeah. Haven't had rain for a couple of days and already up to 100 in the. It got to 101 yesterday. They said it was supposed to be 103. But...
Oh, jeez.
Yeah. And this is still May.
Yeah, it's only 58 here, but my allergies are insane today. Well, NCR, go up on panel so you can robot too.
Am I still roboting?
No, you're better. You're better right now. We're about to hit 7,000 subscribers. We've heard some. We had our 1-year anniversary last night special, and yeah, we're making new contacts and helping folks out as we do our searches for news. So hopefully something comes out of it. We got not called out, but we got credit from MERB a couple of times this week because we are sharing documents. On that note, the Lane Myers minutes from the Monday's court hearing have been released. We put it up on our own Discord. We put it up over on MERB's. Basically, Lane's going to be insane because the very last line says, hearing to determine if he gets a bond hearing, because Myers' arguments were full of crap. And here we go again.
But no, he read it in the.
Okay, I'm back. I'm breathing, folks, but if you become muffled, that means I put the painter's mask on to breathe today. Yay! So, yeah, he read it right, except he didn't. When you actually follow the passages he was quoting from, he quoted from the rules, the courtroom rules, which basically have changed since the time that Lane actually read them. So the passage he cited was wrong, as Merb pointed out, and I verified. It's actually a whole nother passage now, and none of it says you must give a hearing on bond. You may give, but when you go and look at the passage that Rachel Stiles, the prosecutor, had quoted, it literally says, if you are charged with another felony while out on bond for being charged with the felony, you must not receive bond. Must not. Period. End of story. Trumps everything else. So we'll see what happens on Friday, because Lane's basically Lane's version of events was a total lie or insanity or whatever. Go figure, Hank. And here for the Karen Reed, we have not started yet. It's a little after 9 o'clock. Supposed to go all day, and now we're behind. Though today, just a warning to everybody, the O'Keefe children were scheduled for testimony today. So there's going to be extended breaks. We're going to leave this on during the extended breaks. We're going to do some music. If they go more than half an hour, we may put the newscast on. But last year we ended coverage early just because there was nothing to come back to. Last year it took about 3 hours for the kids' testimony to be heard. The testimony, due to the fact that they're minors, means that no electronics are allowed in the courtroom while they are testifying, and that includes the feed from Court TV, Law and Crime Network, etc. So again, we may be playing stuff unrelated to Karen Reed today, like it was an extended break. Just giving you that heads up today. And good morning, Gia. Good morning, Kova. Good morning, everybody who's come in. Yeah. If they do a third year of this, one of the kids may be old enough to be an adult. Because I don't want to do this a third time. I don't.
Nope, not at all.
Oh, good Lord. In other news, all of the Texas auditors, the Fort Worth area auditors, were out last night in force. They're apparently making their presence known to police as the changes to the law that would make interference in a police officer's duties a felony has stalled in committee. It's already passed the House. It's waiting in the Senate for the committee to pick it back up. It's been stuck there for about 9 days, I believe. This would be a big blow to the auditors should it go through and be signed by Texas Governor Greg Abbott, basically making the BS interference charges they always get charged with into a felony, carrying up to a $10,000 fine and 2 years in prison. Yep, folks, not jail, prison, as it's a felony.
I wonder how many other states follow.
It would be, I'm sure Florida would probably do it, though they have a halo law already in place that's a misdemeanor. But then again, all the Florida auditors have pretty much fled. Like Ass Elmo he's in California, he's in liberal states now, or blue leading states now. where they don't prosecute. But all the Florida ones got scared straight and ran. Except, well, no, John Felix is still there.
Well, some of them just went to jail for extended periods.
Yeah. But it's not like the Fort Worth crew where there's 5 or 6 different operations all on the street, sometimes at the same, on the same location at the same time. And like BZ Watchdog is now taking Carolina and Fort Worth around with him in his car. And they're both live streaming at the same time. Though sometimes she forgets, like last night, she forgot that he was live streaming. I was like, should I recut this video? I think I can insert me yelling at the cop more. And he's like, you're on the air, you're on the air. So she wants to, it sounds like she's using a little bit of WWE showmanship in some of her videos. What do you think?
Not as when when he didn't know he was being recorded.
Right. And you're still roboting just a little bit, Hank. Not sure what's up.
As soon as I finish with what I'm doing, I'll bow out for a little bit over here and see if that fixes it.
Okay. Well, folks, today, again, the O'Keefe kids will be on the stand, so we'll have some filler material today. Hell, if NCR sends me links, we may even run some NCR videos if he doesn't hit us with copyright strikes. That bastard. We had a really good anniversary show last night. Thank you to everybody who showed up. Thank you again to Big and Two for sending over a raid, and thank you to our anonymous donors on every platform last night. We're pretty good now towards, well, last night we lost Popeyes, Hank. We hit the 3-year mark. We got $1,000 donation, so we're well on the way to 4 years and losing Burger King.
Actually, stop by. I had a chicken sandwich yesterday, and that thing is going downhill. The chicken is smaller. It just doesn't taste as good either.
I had my last Taco Bell, well, probably my last Taco Bell for 3 years yesterday, and they have taco breaded chicken nuggets, which were pretty good. They're new. I had the honey jalapeno mustard sauce. It looked like baby poo or baby snot, but it was pretty good. It was hot. It tasted good. And I did not try, because I saved it for my nephew, because we were splitting 10-piece chicken nuggets. I gave him the Hidden Valley Ranch Fire Ranch dressing. And he seemed to enjoy it. NCR, we're going to have like 3 hours to fill today if it's the Reed kids or the O'Keefe kids. So anything you want, we will promote. Just throw them, just either pop in backstage here or throw them over in private chat on Discord.
don't they have to finish with the detective that has been on since Thursday?
I think they technically no, they finished him. They finished him Monday. It was the very last second they finished him on Monday. Alan Jackson got yelled at by the judge when he said he only needed 5 minutes, but he took 15 for his recross cross. So today was scheduled, or yesterday was scheduled for the O'Keefe kids. And for those who get it, I will be sending out the daily spam for the newscast and our featured stories in a little bit. I am behind schedule on everything this morning, but yay. Our stories for today are yesterday's story that Chile has decided that National Police Officers Week is now National F the Cops Week. Lane Myers threatened to disrupt Friday's hearing. And Delete Laws, again, has delayed the game. While trying to take on a new customer, client, whatever, a SovSit who begged him for help. This guy basically was in a traffic stop where he had no license, no registration, no proof of insurance, got out with a list of papers to throw at from Black's Law Dictionary to show the cops that he was in the right. The cops immediately tackled him. He started resisting, got tased several times. His wife started screaming, and she got arrested as well. So
can we watch that video?
We can't because the tasing will get us limited for sure. Yeah, it was a very graphic video.
YouTube
I
taking
can't.
the fun out of viewing.
I can't even say what Chile renamed the week because yesterday we used it as part of our title, and that video has like not even a quarter of what we normally get for video views because YouTube has buried it basically.
Don't put it in the title.
Yes, that's what we're learning. That's what we're learning. But now it's too late. As we are indeed, just checking our numbers here, we are at 6,934. Hopefully we will hit 7,000 today or tomorrow. So if you're not a subscriber, please like and subscribe. Let me go back to content here. And we have another, it looks like, let's see, it's 14 after. We still haven't seen the judge. We still haven't seen any of the parties. Griffey said he saw Karen Reed walking in, but that could have been the specter of death. She does start the walk from Australia daily. I don't know. Good morning, Gia.
Morning, Gia.
Gia is still recovering from last night, as Zoe got the zoomies last night during the celebration. You missed, even Mark showed up last night. Hank, you could have punched Mark in the face for me. And yes, if anyone wants to catch up on that, that's available over on our channel last night. We'll be back with you tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern. Remember, we are scheduled to restream the Lane Myers hearing on Friday, though Judy may not be in the courtroom as she has a doctor's appointment at the same time. We're going to see... Yeah, though the guy's canceled on her 4 times now at the last moment. So I'm fully expecting him to cancel again, especially after I call him up and tell him to cancel. I mean, especially just her luck. Her luck is so bad. Her luck is so bad. But she may or may not be in the courtroom on Friday. We will still have an 8 o'clock show devoted to the hearing because of the insanity we're expecting on Friday. We have not seen new documents in Lane Myers yet. We have seen the minute notes, but nothing else yet. Once we have them, I will post them both on our stream or in our Discord and over on ReallyCoolSite.org.
What are you doing this morning?
What's that?
What are you doing to your cat?
Nothing. I can't even hear her.
Oh,
she just
I
has,
can. I'm
had,
scan.
She's had cheese doodles 5 times this morning. That's what she's looking for. Or cheese poops, or cheese balls, or whatever the hell these things are. She is upset that I didn't share Funyuns with her yesterday. I didn't even know she knew what Funyuns were. And it looks like Chili's been active on Twitter so far this morning.
I thought he had he wasn't going to use anymore because he didn't like Elon Musk.
Yeah, this is Chili. Somebody insults him, and he's right back on it to protect his honor. Remember, he is Chili de Castro. We used to joke and say he was Chili de Castro Esquire, but... Oh, that's weird. They're... Okay, let me get back to this.
It's Chili de Castro Snowflake.
They are already at Sidebar. So get your sidebars in, folks. We're at number 1 for today.
I wonder if Mr. Burns is...
Well, Mr. Burns has had a babysitter for the past few days as he's been trying to make eye contact and communicate to the jurors, allegedly. So they've literally had a security officer, sit next to him to block his view from the jury. And Mr. Burns is Karen Reed's father. That is her father and her mother on screen right now. So Gia says 11, Griffey says 8, Matt G says 9, Sirio says 8. Get your sidebars in, folks.
It's really hard to say because of the kids.
Yeah. We won't see it if they have sidebars with the kids.
Yeah, and depends on how much of the day it is. I'm going to say 6.
Okay.
But it could be wrong.
It looks like everybody's here today. The entire O'Keefe family looks to be there. NCR, anything that won't get us taken off the air, I don't care. We just need filler. Becca was in at 13 sidebars. Sorry, Becca. Good morning. Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, nothing really special about a sidebar to start the morning off, and it's pretty much huge now. I'm more when they don't have a sidebar to start the day.
Yeah, Pope wasn't here. Well, Pope was up late for him last night, so the party went pretty late. But he usually stocks us up with fresh ones to start the day. I believe it's today or tomorrow that they do the drawing for next week. So Turtle Boy has not had a presence in the courthouse because he hasn't. Well, that's Grant Smith Ellis. Look, Grant's in the courtroom, right behind the heavy bald, the two security guards, left side of the screen. The heavy bald one is blocking him, but that's Grant Smith Ellis.
Okay.
How the hell did he get in today? Grant normally isn't there because another reporter has a restraining order against him. But that damn well looks like Grant Smith Ellis. Becca, yeah, Hank's having problems with his microphone today, but we'll get him worked out during the break. Remember, the O'Keefe children were set to testify today since they're minors. Their testimony will not be televised. We will be staying on the air, but we'll be playing filler material, such as our own coverage. And we do have, I believe, about 45 minutes of music to use if we need it. That's why NCR is flooding us now with his own videos that we could play as there's something new. But we are now court was set to start set to start at 9 a.m. Eastern. It's 9:25, and they've been in sidebar for a while now. Well, honk my hooter. That is Grant Let's see if he's tweeted about it.
I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm going to try to start my computer and see if that fixes things.
Okay. Okay, we'll be here. Okay, folks, so Hank is going to go fix his computer. And I don't see anything new from the Karen Reed trial, but let's make sure that I've got notifications on. For some behind the scenes stuff on the channel, we use the Pingcord, PINGCORD plugin. It's a paid plugin for Discord. So it takes all of the tweets from various people involved in the Karen Reed situation and automatically puts them on our Discord server. It's also how we bring in YouTube videos to the various automated areas of our server. Good morning, NCR.
Good morning. I can't stay long. Just sent you guys some good stuff, some arrest, trespassing, and just skip the intros and you'll be fine.
Okay. I'll do what I can.
Just skip like the intro where the music starts. So like,
Right.
Be doing the intro with the video. Skip that. You'll be good.
Okay.
All the stuff won't get you limited. There is hippies. There's arrests, trespassing, and creeps.
Karen Reed just ran out of the courtroom, probably to hit the bathroom.
Well, it's like I said, she was in a bar on the inside, for her right on the outside last night.
That's right. Yeah. I can't breathe. I may end up taking another Benadryl here. So if you get super high, Jim, today, you know what's going on. Oh, Lord.
Oh, I did send you one of my most popular videos on the entire channel. So that one, you guys will get a good laugh at. The Chippy Lube frauded her.
Oh, there you go. Okay, we're still waiting for them to officially start. Karen Reed made a beeline for outside of the courtroom when the jury started to come in.
I got $5 that says she's got a hangover.
I don't want to see a hungover Karen Reed. My captures of her are scary enough.
Well, let's just think about it. I mean, I honestly believe she's pretty much, she's hungover. That's why she didn't show up yesterday.
Right. That was the rumor. That was the rumor. We attributed that to Kate, Peter, and others on Twitter that Karen Reed was out drinking Monday night with Alan Jackson.
I would hate to have them read those text messages in here.
Can you imagine a drunk Karen Reed at 4 a.m.? Wait, we already saw that because the audio of her calls to John. Ouch.
Just be thankful she's not calling you or texting you at 4 in the morning.
Well, be thankful she's nowhere near me with her damn car at 4 in the morning.
Jim, it's me, Karen Reed. Can you make me look pretty again?
You are tempting You are tempting my Coke Dog to come back from Greenland. Remember, folks, Coke Dog has been stuck in Greenland where he's been held captive. He has he has until June 5th before he is banned from the show for nearly a year. I believe we reached 300 days or a whole year of no Coke Dog last night. So
I told you I'm working on getting him a flight home.
Yeah, but Pope Phil, since he was hosting, made a ruling that when we hit 300, we actually hit 365 days of no Coke Dog. So poor Coke Dog is sitting in Greenland. It's not like there's anything there for him. All the special mushrooms and crystals are under all that ice. So he may, well, I don't know. I don't think he's ever been sober. So what happens to Coke Dog when he gets sober?
I don't know, but I think I might have to start a charity for him, like those 3 a.m. Commercials you see. For only 50 cents a day, you can keep Coke Dog comfortable and hiding in a storm. Less than a cup of coffee, folks.
Well, poor Coke Dog. Man, it's Coke, C-O-K-E. Coke Dog is the guy in Chili's. The guy over on Chili's channel. But our beloved Coke Dog, who's got such an immaculate singing voice, who fills our spirits with happiness every time he appears. I know Becca's a personal fan of Coke Dog. I know. And I know one day Coke Dog and his beloved Zoe will be able to be friends again, as it's meant to be. Let alone the paparazzi, because the paparazzi was awful jealous of that relationship. Lisa, the girl in the picture is Karen Reed. Remember, she's been in Vanity Fair 200 million times. 200 million times. And Vanity Fair itself means you're hot.
Yes, it's me, Karen Reed, and it's hot girl summer for me.
That's right. We've got Karen Reed with us now. She went running from the courtroom a minute ago. What'd you have to do, Karen? A number 1 or a number 2?
I had to do a number 4.
I don't want to know. Is that something to do with taking happy pills up your butt?
A lady never tells, Jim.
Oh,
but yes.
Dad.
But yes.
Okay. So you are the new Stevie Nicks. That's it. Can you sing like Stevie Nicks?
I sing better than her. She stole all my songs.
I thought you weren't even born till 1980.
That's just semantics.
Oh, okay. Okay. But are you ready to take the stand today, Karen Reed?
Only if you buy me a drink, sailor.
How about a one-way trip to Greenland? Would you like to see Greenland? I know somebody at Greenland who's very happy to see you.
I don't know. Can I sleep in my own bed? Because I don't like sleeping in the bed with somebody else.
Yes, you can sleep in your own bed. But if you're currently sleeping with Alan Jackson, you'd never know because he's so small. He gets lost in a king-size bed.
I told you that in confidence.
Well, come on. It's not like size matters.
Tell me about it.
You're 1.5 feet taller than he is. What do you expect?
I at least expected a nice hike, not just a trip to the parking lot.
Well, remember, he's taking the steroids just to keep up with you. Those raging muscles in his biceps. The turning red after every quickie at the noon. I mean, every lunch hour. Alan Jackson is an alpha male on the level of Chili de Castro.
Yeah, well, there's something else both Alan and Chili have in common.
What's that?
Nothing in their pants.
Ew. Ew. Well, glad you had to go back to court. Bye, Karen.
That was the craziest goddamn thing we've ever done.
What? Have Karen Reed live on the air?
Yeah, because I had to pay Dwayne to drink her.
Hello, am I roboting still?
Keep talking.
What should I say?
You're not roboting.
Okay.
Karen Reed ran out of the room just as jury was coming in. So we've been at short break while jury enters for 10 minutes now. But we just got, you are unmuted.
Poop, there it is. Poop, there it is.
Oh, be thankful you weren't here with her being here.
We've had one sidebar so far today.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, Council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here?
I will be back
Everyone
later.
said yes
I've
and
got
no
to
to
finish up some
affirmatively.
work.
Were you also able
Enjoy
to
the
Thanks
show.
for stopping by.
from doing any
Thanks for the
research or investigation on this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
May I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. You know, not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbush.
Okay, again, because it's a juvenile, we will not be seeing her testimony. What's going to happen here is we're going to put on, for right now, we're going to put on 13 minutes of music, and then we'll come back with some more filler. This is unavoidable, unfortunately.
Well, last year, if I remember right, it was quite a bit true.
Last year we cut for the day, but then they came back. So this is going to take about 30 minutes or 3 hours, I believe. So yeah, we're gonna fill up the time. But for right now, I gotta go take a Benadryl, so let's stop this and throw on some filler music, and we'll be back with you.
Alrighty then.
Actually, we're gonna do the 10-minute break music because we didn't play that one yesterday. So stop screen. And we will be right back with you in about 10 minutes, folks.
I'm not just gonna stay here and wait. I wanna just decide what is to be my fate. think you understand me. You think you have an inside point of view. You think that you command me. You think I'm gonna hate to break it to you. I don't care what you say. I'll do it anyway. Anyway, I'll do it anyway. Do it anyway. Do it anyway. Do it anyway. Walking on a high line, eyes on me, I'm automatic. I'm tripping on the light wires. Sound the alarm just to be dramatic. I don't care what you say. I'll do it anyway. Anyway, I'll do it anyway. I'll take this way too far. I break the stars. I'm kicking down the door. Take the floor. I don't care what you say. I'll do it anyway. I don't care what you say. Watch me do it anyway. Don't care. All these little things driving me crazy. I just wanna be free. All these feelings got me singing hazy. I can barely breathe. I'm the southern type, but you can't tame me. Baby, I'll just leave. There's no point in trying to chase me. Only one thing I need. Oh no, say it ain't so. I do what I want and I don't like no. Oh no, say it ain't so. Oh no, say it ain't so. I don't see the point in not letting go. Oh no, if there's one thing you should know, say it ain't so. I don't live my life for anyone. I just live it for me. Why does everyone have a problem with what I'm choosing? Oh no, say it ain't so. I do what I want and I don't like no. Oh no, say it ain't so. Oh no, say it ain't so. I don't see the point in not letting go. Oh no, if there's one thing you should know, say it ain't so. I live life for me. I just want to be free. I live life for me. I just want to be free. Oh no, say it ain't so. I do what I want and I don't like no. Oh no, say it ain't so. Oh no, say it ain't so. I don't see the point in not letting go. Oh no, if there's one thing you should know, say it ain't so.
Okay, folks, now that I'm unmuted, we are back. Looks like Court TV has gone to Diddy coverage, and I don't feel comfortable sharing Diddy coverage. How about you, Hank?
Okay.
Yes, Puff Diddy, P Diddy, whatever, is on trial for all sorts of naughty things, I guess.
Most everything that you want you to even mention on your channels.
That's right. We're not getting limited because of Puff Diddy. So we're going to go to some drunk girl. This is a longer one. As long as I can find the right window here. We're also monitoring the Lane Myers case to see if anything has been posted. As of right now, nothing's up on the website other than what we featured last night, which was the minute report from Monday's hearing, which basically just shows what happened last night. It's available on my website, reallycoolsite.org, or you can read it in our Discord server or over on MERB's Discord server in the curated documents area. But for now, we're going to marry Parson off today to a beautiful young blonde woman. What do you think, Hank?
For a minute there, Mary Parsons.
No, I'm not marrying Parsons. We already married him off once to NCR.
Okay, why are you crying?
She's anxious. I don't get pulled over very often, so I don't know.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're not, impaired, we got nothing to worry about. I'm not here to ruin your day or anything, but we go through some exercises. If you're good, you drive out of here. I won't even give you a ticket for anything. Therefore, however, if you do display the indicators of impairment, then we go another route. It's really that simple. How are you feeling right now?
Fine, just upset and nervous.
Okay.
Folks, put a 1 in the chat if you think she's Parson worthy. Put a 2 in the chat if we should marry her off.
Hello,
Parson
Deputy Harrison,
anyway.
Clark County Sheriff's Office. Are you lost or something?
Yes, I've never been in this town, and I have my maps pulled up, and I'm trying to take that
She
exit.
appears to be female.
She
She appears to have a cold. So, yep, Parsons worthy.
So Parson worthy. Okay, Matt G put a 42 in chat. 42. Meaning of life. 42. So if you think she's Parson worthy, put a 1 in the chat. If you think we should marry her off anyway, put a 2 in the chat.
Hello, goodbye.
And then I realized I couldn't turn there, so I tried.
Yeah, all I saw was like you make a left and then randomly re-enter the intersection and go back. Where are you coming from?
So I live in Daytona. I was coming from down by. I was at the dog bar earlier, and then we were down on. I don't even know the street. I'm not from this area, so I.
Okay, whose vehicle is this?
This is my mom's.
Okay, driver's license, registration, insurance, please.
He's got
Dog
the
bar, what
furry
is that?
steering wheel. That's the second one we've seen last night and tonight with the furry steering wheel. Are furry steering wheels coming back? Is this something that's popular all of a sudden?
I've seen them on quite a few cars around here. I don't know why, but
Furry steering wheel. I guess it's better than the furry toilet seat, which was always gross. You don't need carpet when you're pooping. That's just... Yeah.
Well, if sitting on the carpet, you're doing it wrong, Jim.
Well, I mean the carpet on the toilet seat. There are actual padded and furry toilet seats.
Okay.
Yes.
The Good Times Dog Bar. I was there earlier, and then I was just at Johnny D's.
Okay, how much you had to drink tonight?
I had like 2.
2 what?
2 margaritas.
When?
Huh? I just left from there, so.
Like within an hour ago, 30 minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay. Registration, insurance, please. How old are you?
I'm 22. I'll be 23 in May.
You mind stepping out right quick? And then just grab your registration. There's no guns in
John O'Keefe's adopted kids are set to testify this morning, so there will be no video because they are minors. We will be continuing coverage once they come back after they're done with them. Last year, their testimony took about 3 hours. So we're going to stick with this in case they come back early. But we won't be covering Court TV's coverage of the Diddy trial because we don't want to get kicked off of YouTube. So for now, we're doing some Drunk Girl, and we're just going to stay with this.
In the vehicle or anything? That's not it.
That's not it.
I might have it on my phone. I don't.
Okay, you mind just stepping out real quick? I'll make sure the dog doesn't run away or nothing. You can leave the dog in the vehicle for now. I'm just walking over to the front of my vehicle, please. Oh, be careful. All right, so how much you said you had to drink?
I had 2 margaritas at Johnny D's.
Okay, what are those 2 shot things that are on the ground in the vehicle?
Shot things?
Oh, those little plastic cups.
Oh, those are from Starbucks. Those are old pup cups for my dog. I'm like, they're literally, they probably have a Starbucks logo on them. I promise you.
Okay, and how big would you say the margaritas are? The reason I'm asking is because your eyes are a little bit watery. They're a little bit red. Like I said, like I'm driving westbound on 100 there, and I see you make a left turn. I believe the light was even red, and because the straightaway was green and then the left turn was red. Then you just re-enter the westbound lane from the middle of the intersection, and then after you make your U-turn here, you kind of drift over this slotted line here. So I just want to make sure you're not impaired or anything.
No, I definitely had some drinks, but really I don't know this area, and I was reading my maps, and my maps was telling me to turn somewhere, and then I was going, and then I saw the do not enter, so I was like, do not enter, so I
so you almost went the wrong way is what you were going to go to.
Yeah, because I was trying to take this exit, because I live in Daytona, so I'm trying to get back to Daytona.
Sure. Alrighty. Stand by. Alrighty. So yeah, like I said, you're showing me some indicators of, minor indicators of impairment. Like I said, glassy, watery red eyes, driving the wrong way, and just abruptly re-entering traffic and stuff like that. So I want to do some field sobriety exercise on you, make sure you're good to drive. You good to do that?
Yeah.
Okay. There's no weapons on you or anything?
No.
Okay. We're gonna wait for another deputy to get here. It's a female deputy. We'll get this thing going. Real quick, are you diabetic or anything?
LE primary.
Okay, do you have any back problems?
No.
Okay, why are you crying?
She's anxious and I'm being pulled over very often, so I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're not, impaired, we got nothing to worry about. I'm not here to ruin your day or anything, but we do some exercises. If you're good, you drive out of here. I won't even give you a ticket for anything. Therefore, however, if you do display the indicators of impairment, then we go another route. It's really that simple. How are you feeling right now?
Fine, just upset and nervous.
Okay. No need, for all good. You said, do you wear glasses or contacts?
I wear contacts.
Are you wearing them now?
Yes.
Okay. You want to keep them in? If you need them
please.
to. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's wait for this female deputy and hear the show on the road. Do you mind? We'll just go over here on the sidewalk where it's pretty level. Let's go over here. Over here, please. Can you just park over here and just turn your takedowns on so we could see? All right, just take a breath. There's no need to be nervous or anything.
I don't know, like if I have to go somewhere. I don't have anyone to take care of my dog.
Well, nobody said you're going to jail right now. Like I said.
I know. I'm just like I don't know. I've never done this before, so I'm nervous.
Okay. Are you willing to participate in standardized field sobriety exercises?
Yes.
Okay.
I just the only person I have here. I'm not from Florida. And
worst case scenario, if you are for whatever reason arrested, we would take your dog to the Humane Society, and they would just be kept there until you're released, or someone could get them. All right. So, real quick, you said you have no back problems or anything? No traumatic brain injuries? All right. No traumatic ear injuries or anything? Nothing that affects your normal ability to walk or stand or do anything? Nothing that affects your equilibrium?
No.
You said you wear contacts and you're not diabetic?
Correct.
Okay. Do you mind standing with your feet together, heel to heel, toe to toe, facing me? 221 flag, we're starting field sobriety. All right, so what I want you to do is put your hands down to your sides like this. All right, you see the tip of this pen? Can you touch the tip of this pen with your finger? Go put your finger back. So I want you to follow the tip of this pen with your eyes only. All right, do you understand that? So do not move your neck, your body, your head, just follow with your eyeballs. Do you understand? All right.
Parson, we're confirming that she's Parson worthy. Folks, put a 1 in the chat if you think she should be married off to Parson because she's Parson worthy. Put a 2 in the chat if you think she should be married off to Parson because of spite. 1 or 2. 1 or 2.
Keep following the pen. All right, next we're going to do the walk and turn. You can relax for now. For this exercise, we don't have a...
tape. You want tape?
Yeah, sure. Just take a breath. I mean,
I'm sorry.
If you freak yourself out, you're going to,
I know. I'm sorry.
Plug me in 195 status check.
So, you just put it right there. Do you mind just taking like 2 steps to your right? A little bit more. Like to that line right behind you. That's fine. You got a knife on you? Alright.
You were roboting, Hank. Yeah, it's just getting worse.
I don't know what to tell you.
See, that came out clear. So is there something interfering in your office there?
Not a damn thing. Nothing
Weird.
other than what I normally have.
Right. Because sometimes you're clear as day, like right then, and then other times it's So I wonder what's going on, you know?
No clue.
Abby, good morning. We are, well, the John O'Keefe's adopted kids are testifying today, so there won't be video coverage till later. We're just sticking with it. We're going to do some Drunk Girl. I am monitoring their feeds. As soon as they come back with actual feeds, we will go back to coverage in the Karen Reed case. We're doing some Drunk Girl right now. We have deemed this woman Parson worthy, but Parson doesn't seem to think so. So put a 1 in the chat if she's Parson worthy. Put a 2 in the chat if we should marry her off to Parson in spite. 3 in the chat goes to marrying her off to Parson for any other reason. Parson has already voted 3.
Alrighty, if you don't mind, if you could just stand here at this line here. So what we're gonna do now is the walk and turn. For this exercise, just listen for now. What you're gonna do is you're gonna put your left foot forward on our line here. Not yet. With the heel of your right foot touching the toe of your left foot, just like this.
Good
all right.
Morning, Cynthia.
With your hands down at your sides. Do you understand that? This is the starting position. Do you understand? Can you get in the starting position, please? Yeah. Keep your hands down at your sides. All right, so when I tell you to, don't do it yet. You're going to take 9 heel to toe steps. Get back in that position, please. When I tell you to, you're going to take 9 heel to toe steps on our line here. All right, it's going to look like this. 1, 2, 3, and so forth until 9. So turn around, you're going to take a series of small steps, keeping your lead foot on the line. It's going to look like this. You're going to continue back down until 9. You understand that?
Yeah.
All right, once you start walking, do not stop until you complete the exercise. Count each step out loud and look down at your feet. Ensure each step is heel to toe. Make sure that the heel touches the toe. All right, and keep your hands out your sides. You don't have any questions about the exercise, please get back in the starting position. Unless...
Can I take a breath? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Tomatoes, there's been no sign of the indestructible or destructible trifold. She started crying as soon as the cops pulled up, and her dog is in the car. It might be a good playmate for Charlie, but she is still taller than Chili DeCastro, so he would reject her. We're trying to marry her off to Parson.
Are you ready to begin?
I guess. I don't know.
Do you have any questions about the instructions?
No, I just feel really anxious, you guys. I'm sorry. Y'all hear this all the time. I get it. It's okay. Whatever. Okay.
So put your foot in front. There you go. You ready? Begin.
Like heel to toe, like this.
Do you want me to go back? Do you want me to re-explain the instructions, or do you have any questions?
It's heel to toe for 9.
So you're gonna take 9 heel to toe steps on the line. You're gonna count each step out loud and look down at your feet. Once you start, don't stop until you complete the exercise. So turn around. You're gonna take a series of small steps, keeping your lead foot on the line. And you're gonna return back and take 9 steps. Do you have any questions? Do you need a demonstration? All right, you may begin.
What do you want me to count? I'm sorry.
Just continue as you were instructed.
Okay.
Start over again. Can I start over?
Oh, I'm sorry.
At least she's trying. I'll give her that.
All right. Next, we're going to do the one leg stand. For this exercise, what you're going to do is you're going to choose either leg, left or right. You're going to raise it 6 inches off the ground or the height of a soda can. All right, it's going to look like this. You see how my foot is parallel to the ground?
Yes.
All right, so it's not like this or like that, where it's parallel to the ground. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, while you're in that position, you're going to count out loud in the following manner: 1001, 1002, 1003. And you're going to keep on counting until I tell you to stop. Excuse me, do you understand that?
Yeah.
All right. If your foot touches the ground, immediately pick it back up and just continue where you left off. Keep your hands down at your side and look down at your feet. Do you understand the instructions as I've explained them?
Yes.
All right. You got it? All right. You may begin.
1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006, 1007, 1008, 1009, 1010, 1011, 1012, 1000.
Tomatoes, remember, she's still more fun than Chili de Castro and taller. So, yeah. I got nothing. Benadryl's hitting.
Yeah, you're better than and taller than Chili. You need a shovel to get under that bar.
Oh, look at her. She's perfect for Parsons. That's all I can say. Perfect for Parson. Parson, let us know and we'll start the ceremony. I'll go kick Pope Phil awake. Or we'll get NCR to perform the ceremony.
13, 1014, 1015, 1016, 1017.
That's done. Alright, so lastly, what we're going to do is the finger to nose exercise. So for this one, you're going to have your stand with your feet together, heel to heel, toe to toe. Alright, you're going to have your index fingers pointed out. Don't do it yet, I'm just demonstrating. When I tell you to, you're going to bring the hand direct upward and touch the tip of your finger to the tip of your nose. You immediately bring your hand back down to your side after instructed to do that. For example, during this exercise, your eyes will be closed and your head will be tilted back. So it'll look like this. Left. Except your eyes will be closed and your head will be tilted back. Alright, do you have any questions about the instructions? Alright, close your eyes. Head tilted all the way back.
All the way, like?
Yeah, like that, yeah. Index fingers pointed out. Alright, ready? Left. Immediately bring your hand back down to your side. Right. Left. Right. Right. Left. Alrighty, so you did show in the case of impairment, you are going to jail for DUI. You didn't run your back, just clasp them like you're praying. You can call her 1015.
What about my...
We're going to take it to the Humane Society.
No way.
Yeah. Unless you have someone nearby that can take...
I don't have anyone.
Okay, then we're going to take it to the Humane Society. And then you can contact them in the morning and retrieve... Hold on, let me lock these cuffs up.
Okay, Parson, we'll have to get Pope Phil in later on to marry you off.
I don't have anyone around here. I'm not from your Mount family.
Where do you live in Daytona?
I live by the race. I live on Bellamy by the racetrack. My boyfriend, he's out of town. He's in Nashville right now. He's the only one that I know here. And then my family is all my mom is in Georgia, and then the rest of my family is in Illinois.
Well, who were you out drinking with then? You were at the bar, you had several drinks. Were you just picking up a new man, or were you out with somebody?
She had to get a fill-in for her boyfriend who's out of town.
Yeah, so gotta know somebody, gotta have some numbers. Gotta have at least Parson Shield in her pocket.
I might have a beer when I'm out with Chief, but I'm not having any more than that.
Right. And she's so tiny, two margaritas of size is like half her it'd be more than over the legal limit. Because she's 5 foot nothing and maybe 100 pounds. I just can't see her having more than 2 drinks and not being blotto.
Delta 221 Delta. So yeah, so we're gonna 1081 rotation for the vehicle. So we're gonna tow the car. All that information is gonna be on your arrest affidavit, and then the dog's gonna go to the Humane Society. All right.
Oh, and
so
where here?
It's like 15 minutes to drive from here. So all that information will be on the arrest paper. So we gotta search it. We're gonna get you going. Alrighty.
No, wait.
No, we're not waiting. We take DUI enforcement serious around here.
I get that. Okay.
I'm just searching her right quick.
Are you just gonna stick me or no, but wait. Your feet. Okay. And can I get my boyfriend's number on my phone?
Yeah, we'll grab all that. Well, you'll be able to go through your phone to get numbers.
I don't even have my mom's number. She got a new number and I don't have it.
You don't have your mom's on your cell phone?
I have it in my phone. I just don't memorize.
You'll be able to go through your phone and get phone numbers at the jail, assuming your behavior is, adequate.
I'll be I'm just scared.
I get it.
Yeah, Gia. Oh, you were out without me? You were at the bar without me? What were you doing there? You don't have any friends.
She figured if Karen Reed can do it, she can do it.
Good Lord. Yes, folks, again, the John O'Keefe's minor children are testifying today, so there won't be video till later. We're just sticking with it here. We're going to do some Drunk Girl, then we may do a couple of videos from NCR in a little bit. And if it keeps going, we're going to play some music, and we're going to have a good old time. Hank might even dance out on his deck. Or share some deck pictures.
Helicopter, right, helicopter, helicopter.
Oh, good Lord. We're going to have a good time today till the Karen Reed trial continues. I know for most of you it's too early to start drinking, but if you need to. That's the only way you're going to get through the day. And don't mind me, I had to take second Benadryl today to stop the sneezing. Yay. Yay.
That's Jim's version of day drinking.
Oh, good Lord. And why did she ever dog at the bar?
Is she a shitty dog owner?
Oh, fuck. Oh.
Sue Bear, yes, I am moving.
Did she just say she's Fuka?
I didn't hear it. Gia, yeah, Just give us some of the slush money funds, and we'll have it ready.
No, please, my baby.
And what's the dog's name?
Tito, T-I-T-O.
What kind of dog is it?
He's a dachshund.
No.
Yes.
Like, he's friendly?
He's friendly, but he's very anxious. Oh, man.
So if your dog's very anxious, why you bring him to a fucking bar, you fucking bitch?
I'm giving the cop props for having Beastie Boys on the background.
Fuck. Fuck me.
Suck it up, princess. You got drunk by choice and got behind the freaking wheel.
No, Tito. Oh my god. Can I know where my dog is?
He's in the vehicle. I'll give you the address to the Humane Society, or I'll put it in the arrest. I'll put it in the arrest report.
Well, what can I? Like, when will I be able to get him? Because I don't.
As soon as you're released, you can go.
Do you know when that will be? I don't have anyone.
It's 8 hours. You can bond out 8 hours from now. First appearance will be in the morning.
And let's face it, with most of this 8 hours, she can sleep straight through it. They usually give her a blanket and put you in an empty cell.
Huh?
It's not like the old days where you're in with the general population sitting on a bench.
Is that how you normally are?
When I'm working, I just try to keep it unbiased and professional.
Okay. This has never happened to me. I would just.
Yeah, I saw you never been arrested before.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have comfort, I guess. I don't know. This is scary.
I know.
You don't really seem to care. I guess that's your job. It seems like you don't really care.
You don't care about me, Hank.
I don't know.
Not care,
Hank, you don't care about me. I'm whining, and you don't care.
Nope, not at all.
I
mean, if she wants sympathy, she can look in the dictionary between shit and syphilis.
But I've never been arrested before, Hank.
Oh well.
For what it's worth, I don't want to take you to jail. Like, you seem like a nice little girl, but you know, I can't. I never have leeway with DUI, so to me it doesn't matter how nice you are. Like, I'm gonna do my job.
No, that's fair. That's fair. That's good. I'm really just worried about my dog. Your
dog.
It's my baby.
We're not gonna take your dog away or anything. We're just gonna go to the Humane Society.
And I just don't have anyone here right now to take care of me. If this was a different time, I would have my boyfriend I would feel safer because he's in town, but he's out of town, and I'm really just scared because I have no family and like absolutely nobody. So I'm really hurt. I'm really scared.
And the one time at band camp,
you'll be able to call them. They'll let you go through your phone to call and get numbers out.
So I'm gonna have to pay my bond and then pay to get my dog and then pay to get my car?
You know, you're not gonna pay. You're just gonna get your dog out, as far as I know.
But pay to get out and pay to get my car.
Yeah.
So what is that, like $1,000 or something?
I'm not sure. I mean, it's your first arrest, so the bond will probably be a lower bond too. I don't know for sure. But you do have to pay the tow fee.
So how am I gonna leave though if I have nobody to pick me up?
The tow, for what it's worth, the tow company is pretty close to the jail. So, I mean, if you walk there, it's 5 or 10 minutes. But I know it sucks to hear, but
it really sucks, dude. Like I don't have anybody here. I'm not from here, and I don't have people like that. Was there no way for me to get like picked up tonight and just towed? Was that never an option?
So that's what I'm saying. Like I said, I think you're a nice young lady, but I never ever I never give people breaks on DUI. So if I all of a sudden do it for you, then it's bad. So I can't. I do all my DUIs the same.
I'm really scared. Like, am I gonna be by myself or am I gonna be with somebody? But I just want to go home. I really just want to go home. My dog, he gets really scared.
He's really scared.
Are they gonna put him with other dogs? Are they
No,
like...
no, he's too bad.
The only thing I hear about the Humane Society is that that's where you go to put your dog down. So.
No, we're not gonna kill your dog.
I fucking hope not.
We're not gonna take your dog.
And Humane Societies, at least the ones around here, are no kill.
We can't watch them, so we have to take them to house while you're, not willing. I know.
Oh, good lord.
No one's gonna hurt you.
I don't feel that way.
Huh?
I don't feel that way. I feel really scared. You seem nice enough. Like you're just doing
You seem
your job.
nice. Can you take me home instead of the jail? Please.
You go to AMP?
Yeah.
That's funny. I just started going there.
Oh, well, that's really great.
If I see you after this, it'll be really awkward.
Yeah, I'll be sure to not speak to you. No offense.
No problem. I've heard it before.
I feel like I recognized you. I don't know why.
Yeah, I just started going like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, you seem nice enough. I mean, not right now. Not right now. I don't really like you, but you're.
Right now I don't like you, but I might in the
nice
future.
enough, I mean, I want the kids or somebody here that works here that's like nice and will calm me down. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the people in the jail, they're really cool. Right? They're really cool. Hopefully they sound less monotone than I do.
Yeah, you're really monotone. That's good for you. I
Yeah,
guess.
you're really horrible.
Oh my god. Am I gonna get like my license taken or something?
Person.
But when we get to that point, I'll explain everything to you.
Wait, when's that point? Because I really,
As soon as we
need
get
my
inside
license.
the jail, I'll explain everything to you.
Oh, why are you making me wait? I don't, like, I don't know, it probably doesn't mean anything to you, but I don't have anybody here. I've never had a problem like this, so, like, I don't, I really need my license. Like, I really need to be able to get to work. This is the only reason I'll be able to afford
2 minutes left, folks. 2 minutes
to get out of
left.
here. I have no family
Well,
here.
that's what I'm saying. When we get to the breathalyzer, the detoxalizer, I'll read you implied consent to that. That will depend upon whether your license will be suspended or not.
Oh, alright.
Oh, good morning, everyone who's joining us. The woman who's charged with DUI and booked into the Flagler County
I have a genuine
Jail.
question. Because I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I'm not being mean or anything.
Sure.
Like, do you guys get, like, brownie points or something when you bring somebody to jail? I really, I just really
You
wondered.
get brownie points?
Oh, okay. You just do it. Because
Do my job.
it's supposed to. Because, like, at work, I get
Carson,
brownie
she's
points
probably
if I
still
sell
in
certain
jail.
things.
She's all yours. She provided 2
brownie
breath
points, I wouldn't say brownie
samples.
points, I mean-
Hold on, let me go back. She provided 2 breath samples of 0.145 and 0.142, so she was nearly twice the legal limit. Lovely girl, Parsons. We'll marry you off once Pope Phil joins us in a bit. That's your first marriage. We may be able to rack up another one before the trial resumes.
Things.
Brownie points? I wouldn't say brownie points. I mean, like if you had like 10 kilos of cocaine, I'd get some props for it.
Well, yeah, but...
There's a pretrial hearing for
Won't do
May
that.
29th, 2025. Good morning, Gia.
Good morning.
Hi, Gia.
Good morning.
I think that last one was a good match for Parson. At least she's got a cool dog. But
At least she
blew a
thinks
point-
so.
Yeah, she blew a 0.145 and a 0.142.
Nice.
Yeah. Again, folks, juveniles are testifying right now that John O'Keefe's adopted children. There won't be video back from the courtroom until they're done. Last year, it took about 3 hours for them to finish up. So we will be providing coverage as soon as they come back. We're about, I'd say, 45 minutes into their testimony now. Usually they take a lunch break of a half an hour or so, which they'd probably be in right now if that's what's going on. And then, or a morning break, not a lunch break. Then there's a lunch break of an hour later on today. For now, we're going to do some Drunk Girl, and NCR gave us some videos to watch, so we're going to do that for filler until they come back. So, Gia, did you go to the car wash yet?
No, it's only 7:38 here, sir.
Oh, that's right. I don't know.
I got up at 5:35 this morning.
So do you
Right.
ride your golf cart through the car wash?
No. Both of my knees still hurt, but I'll survive.
I'm sure Zoe's had a good morning so far. Has she
Yes.
had the
Just
zoomies?
Just ate breakfast.
Ooh.
Just ate breakfast. She's
So what'd she have?
she
What'd
had
she have for
her
breakfast?
third a cup of her kibble.
Okay.
1 teaspoon canned,
Okay.
and 2 dehydrated chicken pieces on top.
Ooh. So she's got
So she gets
gourmet food.
twice a day. Well, the only treats she'll eat are dehydrated ones. She won't eat
That's weird.
dog cookies. Yeah. Never has.
So she's a fancy pants.
I tried. She doesn't like anything but dehydrated chicken or turkey treats. Yep.
Oh
And
boy.
she's on weight control kibble. She's down 4 pounds since the vet told
Yay.
me she was fat. Yep.
Well,
Looking
that's
great.
good.
Yep.
'Cause that's at
And
least
there's a corgi at her camp. Okay, there's a regular corgi and there's a fluffy corgi.
okay.
There's a fluffy at camp who is about 4 times as wide as Zoe in the rear.
Oh man.
I wish you could see
man.
it.
Right.
I wish you could picture this as just monstrous corgi. Zoe looks like a puppy next to him.
So
His
he
name
got
is
junk
Herschel.
in his trunk.
Yeah, he has got a lot of junk.
Herschel
And
got
that's going to be
junk in his
so, it's so hard on their joints.
Well, he's not heavy. He's just fluffy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, he might be a little overweight, but he's a male, which are typically larger. But he has got a caboose that's like
Okay.
at least 2 feet wide.
I thought you were talking fluffy as in the medium fluffy.
No, fluffy corg as an extra puffy.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. Zoe's sister is a fluffy. Zoe is not. Stop. I'll get a picture of him next time I see him. He's just monstrous.
Aw.
Monstrous. Jim needs a corgi diet.
I'm on a diet. Taco Bell, Rose's son, announced yesterday to her. She asked him what kind of cake she should be making, chocolate or something else, and he yelled, "Chocolate, 'cause I'm on a diet." So if he's on the all chocolate diet, I can join him on that one. 100% chocolate diet.
How old is Taco Bell?
6.
Yeah. Doesn't even know what diet means.
He's on the Taco Bell chocolate diet. That's right.
I wish they still had the Choco Tacos. That was about the only good thing on the menu. That and the empanadas.
Well, I had the new chicken nuggets yesterday along with nacho fries as my last meal from Taco Bell, unless something comes up between now and the 5th of June. I'm trying one restaurant a week before we give them up for 3 years. Possibly 4, but I don't think we're going to hit 4 years. There's no way in hell that you guys are going to take away my Burger King. No way in hell we're going to make 4 years. That's we've got like 2.5 weeks left, and we ain't going to do it. We're not going to do it. We're not going to make 4 years. That's just, no.
Yep.
Just
Yep,
no
we're going to make it.
motivation.
Don't worry.
Hey, that's no, we can't take. Burger King is the Whopper. Why would you take a Whopper away from me for 4 years?
Ugh.
Or their bacon double cheeseburgers, which make your arteries clog just looking at them.
Exactly.
I mean, of the fast food burgers, Burger King's probably not the worst.
It's a sloppy mess. That's what it
lettuce,
is.
tomato, mayo, cheese,
Sloppy
pickles, onions.
And like a half a jar, a half a container of ketchup.
Yeah, ketchup and mustard.
Gross.
Yes. Parson, I think it's 14 days plus 5 because it's June 5th. Actually, it's 16 days because the month has 30 days in it, plus 5, so we've got about 21 days. And no, it's not $70, Parson.
It's my 84th birthday. Yeah. 85th.
I think it's 200 or so days left in until we hit year 4.
We can do it.
Burger King is gross.
And year 5 would get me banned from Jimmy John's, my favorite sandwich place right now.
Well, I went and splurged yesterday and had Popeye's chicken sandwich, and really disappointed. They used to be great, but this time not so
Welcome,
much.
Phil.
Hello.
Phil, we need you to do a quick, dearly beloved Parson and drunk blonde girl with dog. He's already agreed to be married off to her. We just watched the video.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today on this wonderful day, this blessed day, because Parson has agreed to marry the drunk blonde girl. Drunk blonde girl, are you sober enough to agree that Parson shall be your lawfully wedded husband to honor, cherish, and to hopefully not puke on?
Well,
Parson
she
is
did
so
not.
cool.
During the video, she did not do the bend and hurl.
Parson is my main man now.
And Parson, do you take drunk blonde girl to love, cherish, and hopefully still respect when she's sober?
Although,
by the power vested in me in WFYC and WFYT and the state of semi-consciousness, I now pronounce you YouTube husband and wife. Parson, you may take your drunk blonde girl wherever you want.
Now, Parson has an actual question. How many days left until 4 years?
How many days left until 4? It's actually not as many as as Jim would like.
Oh, God.
Have we had any updates?
Not this morning, no.
Okay. Are we having court this morning?
Court currently, the kids are, John O'Keefe's kids are testifying, so we will be going back to coverage as soon as they're done. Last year it took about 3 hours. We're doing Drunk Girl. We're doing some NCR coverage until they come back. So
As of all of the fun and excitement of yesterday, we are up to 1,288 days. That is over 3 years for those who are counting at home. That means we have 172 days left to get to 4 years.
Oh, dear God.
And that means that Coke Dog is now gone for 413 days.
What?
Yeah.
So,
yo,
Thank God.
I'm glad I
you,
remembered to
Jesus.
mute before I answered that phone call, because I had to give that scam caller the boat horn.
Oh, I thought maybe you gave him Jim's social security number.
No, just a blast with the air horn.
there you go. Well, the viewers did have such a surprise earlier when I sneezed directly into the microphone and nearly blew out my whole system. So, yeah.
Well, I'm pretty sure the air horn is louder than your sneeze.
We could put that to a test at some point. My sneezes, when you're 2 feet away from me, and like I said, I'm not kidding. My one nephew still cries whenever somebody sneezes. After spending a summer with me, he was in the office because my video games are in the office with me. and sitting like 3 feet from me for an entire summer, yeah, he still cries when anybody sneezes. And he's now 23 years old. So, yeah. So, we're going to play some more Drunk Girl. Yeah. They are playing Old Testimony, which we're not going to sit through again. They
But
already had
NCR
Jen
didn't send any
McCabe.
videos over?
Oh, he did, but I haven't picked them up yet. So I'll start looking through them while we're doing Drunk Girl. Besides, we've had some of these longer Drunk Girls we weren't able
Court
to
is
get
back.
to.
Jim?
No, it's not back.
Okay.
No, Court is not back. This is Old Testimony.
Okay. Is Law and Crime doing that?
I don't know what Law and Crime is doing. We've got Court TV on.
Oh, that's what I mean. Okay.
Yeah, Court TV, it's just Old Testimony.
My lawyer is literally in that house right there. This is embarrassing.
I don't want to be hurt. I'm 16. Like, my mother's supposed to protect me. She's starting to hurt me.
Felony's not right. That's bullshit. It's probably don't call y'all.
No,
Okay, penalty on the field.
On
Ended
April
it
5th,
too young.
2023, officers responded to a residence following a report of an intoxicated woman throwing furniture at her husband and scratching her daughter after her children refused to help with house cleaning.
Hello, Sheriff's Office. What's going on tonight?
Nice.
So my mom, she has drunken 2 liters of wine, and
wow,
kind of ever since her father passed away, it's just been kind of spiraling. There was an argument started earlier where
Hey,
she had said, I don't know exactly what happened because I wasn't
many
there for this, but she
bottles
said
is
some
2
stuff to my
liters of
sister,
wine?
and my dad got involved, and I don't know how it escalated, but she ended up throwing like the fan in their bedroom at him, and then my sister pulled him back and she started scratching my sister, and they're safe in my room. I have them locked in there. I think my dad is in their room, but she's in the kitchen right now.
What's her name?
Ken. She doesn't know that I called, so.
Any weapons in the house?
Any firearms are locked away behind a safe in my dad's office. She does not know the code or anything to that. Any sort of weapon would be like kitchen knives. I don't expect her to get. Mom?
Was it Tyler?
We need to talk.
Hey!
Hello.
How are you? Tyler, can you take this out? I literally thought it was Jackson who had just
Don't act like you didn't. Just.
No, I literally.
Okay.
Hey, take me.
I don't need to take you. I just need to talk to you. I need to talk to you.
I'm here.
I just need to talk to you.
No, I need to take me.
Kim, stop right here.
Take me, I'm yours.
Come here.
I'm gonna say it. This is the girl for NCR. Take me, take me.
Oh my God.
No, I thought it was. No, seriously, I am so sorry. Please, can you take the cuffs off of me?
I'm not.
You really hurt my back.
We're past that now.
No, sir.
I realize where you're in the wrong.
Really? No,
This is
no, I
embarrassing.
do.
My
Yeah, it's
neck, my
embarrassing to
back,
me too.
my neck and my
Can
back.
you please?
Your kids are watching. Your son's watching
Can
you
you
get arrested.
please?
Your 2 younger
Can you-
siblings just watch you get arrested.
Because of you,
You're
Tyler.
proud of yourself.
Tyler,
we
please
don't need
go.
that right now.
Can you please tell him to go?
Okay. Come on, roll to your.
Please.
Roll this way.
I
There you go.
honestly
There you
can't
go.
see.
That's okay.
My glasses
All right.
are in the sand.
So what I'm gonna get you to do.
Sir, can you see my glasses?
I got them. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna sit up.
Okay.
There you go.
And will you take the cuffs off and put
I
the
will not.
glasses? No, because I can't see. I seriously.
I'll put your glasses on.
Okay. Can you take the cuffs off of
I will not.
hands?
You can stand up.
Please. No, I was literally walking out with y'all.
I was just leaving.
Can you take the cuffs off, please?
Nope.
Before my neighbors. You already, literally broke my neck.
Troll
on that
22
place.
radio. I'm 1095 1 female. You'll send me EMS.
No, there's no reason. My husband wanted this because he wants me to. Can you please? I swear to you, I will not do anything. I promise. Can you please take the cuffs off?
I will not.
Can you please help? No, my back actually literally hurts.
And we're gonna get EMS out here, okay?
Okay, can we sit right here?
We're gonna go right here to the car.
Okay, that's fair. But can we please? No, my back literally hurts from the fact that you knocked me way more than I deserved. I had no idea. Please, my neighbors.
I had no idea when I said take me, you would actually arrest
Take the
me.
cuffs off. I'm not gonna run. I swear to God, I'm not gonna run. No, I will literally sit on the curb. Yeah, no, I really will.
You can sit right here. You want to sit here with her?
Can you please take these?
I might waddle, but I'm not gonna
I
run.
promise, I will not move.
We're a little bit past that part.
Can you please sit?
No, ma'am.
Come on.
No. So we just wanted to come talk to y'all. We just wanted to. So you understand? We just came to talk and figure out what's going on.
I didn't know what was going on. I didn't even know. I didn't even know. That's what I'm saying. I will sit here. I will be calm. I promise. I promise.
I'll be a good
Can you
girl.
please? My back hurts.
Oh, we got a med unit coming to check on you.
No, please. Please, this is my favorite neighbors right behind me.
Oh, well.
Please, this is so. Please.
This is called
take these off.
humility, lady.
Oh, when you sober up, you can talk to them about it.
Oh, trust me. I am beyond. Please.
Beyond what?
Please. I'm beyond so.
I'm beyond being
Absolutely.
sober
I
at
can
this
smell you
point.
from here.
I don't give two f***s. Those are my favorite neighbors, literally right there.
Okay,
Go
well,
ask,
I'm sure
go
they'll
ask
understand.
Rebecca. Tell Rebecca she will come.
I'm sure they'll understand when you talk to them tomorrow.
Please, please take these off of me.
No, man. At this point, you're under arrest for obstruction.
For what? I didn't do anything wrong. Y'all
Absolutely.
literally came to my door.
Correct.
Y'all are literally threw me on the ground at my house.
Because you refused to quit walking and you turned around
Because
and
I didn't
aggressively.
know what the f was going. Sir.
No.
Okay. No. No,
Sir.
seriously.
Okay.
At this point, okay, keep these on me. Can you please go knock on my neighbor's door?
Not right now.
No.
Please.
No, man.
Rebecca has
At
nothing
this
to
point,
do
we got to
with
talk to them, figure out what's going on in there.
Okay, that's fair.
What's going on? So, trying to get her to talk to me, she hands a bag of trash to your son right there in the living room. She just keeps on walking. I'm trying to tell her to stop, to talk to me. So I reached out to grab her arm and she turned around and swung. So she's going to go to jail. So based on, I'm not. So based on whatever else we have that has happened here tonight, that's what we've got.
I mean, literally, was never, not in can you at least put him in front of me?
No, ma'am.
I'm a woman.
Okay.
I'm a human being
Okay.
No.
who had no idea that this was even.
And she's
so you
not
decided
the
to make
all
a scene in the
caps
house
name.
telling us to take you away and then...
I had no idea.
Do you remember any of this?
Sir, all I know is that my kids are pissed at me
So you have
It
no
should
clue
be.
why you decided to walk outside telling us to take you away and then...
because I figured it was best to walk away.
But just
Okay,
was
and when we told you
Calgon.
to stop, what are you supposed to do?
I was literally doing what y'all asked me to do. Do you not?
Absolutely not.
They didn't ask you to go outside.
So
Kim, what's your birthday, Kim?
I want my lawyer.
So you are being charged with a crime. Therefore, this is not part of the Fifth Amendment of, the whole right to speak or freedom of speech, all that. You have to answer this question, or that's another charge. And I don't want to do that to
Will
you.
you please take these off of me and I will speak to you as a human being? Seriously, I'm not going to move. I swear to God.
Okay.
I
What's your
swear.
birthday?
Remove these from me and we can talk.
That's not how this works.
No.
No, I mean, I'm being honest with you.
And I'm being honest with you also. That is not how this works.
She's been sick. Her eardrum's busted. She's been really sick. And she's been in a lot of pain. What escalated to all this, I have not a clue.
Man, we've been here for we sat here and talked to your son for maybe a minute and then walked inside and then this transpired. So, this is literally within 2 minutes of us being here. I've got a supervisor on the way. She is complaining of back pain. We got EMS that's going to come check her out. How much has she been drinking tonight?
Like I said, I don't know. I get up 3:30. Well, not anymore, but I was going to be getting up 3:30, so I was in bed about 8. So
I need to talk to how old are the kids that are inside?
14, 16, and 23.
So the one that I talked to,
The son, the oldest son.
I guess he's got longer hair.
Yeah.
All right, so I need to talk to the other two and see what's happened tonight. Nothing happened between you and her. Something about a lamp being thrown at you in the bedroom.
No, it wasn't a lamp. It was a fan.
It was a fan. She threw it at you.
Yeah, it's no big thing. I can defend myself.
So what were y'all arguing about, or what was she mad about?
The kids wouldn't do some cleaning or something, is what she was saying.
So she threw it at you?
I didn't do enough to the kids besides tell them to go there. So then she took it out on me.
I literally walked out with y'all
And we told you to stop walking multiple times.
because
He tried to
please,
grab you to tell you to quit
can you-
walking, and
can
you
you
turned
pick-
around aggressively
hey,
on him.
Sir, pick me up
No, ma'am.
because I didn't want that to happen for my kids. Please pick me up.
Oh, we could have had a civil conversation up there, and
But you chose not to.
you chose not to.
No, sir.
Yeah,
you chose
you can
not
throw
to.
a fan at your husband.
Will you please pick
One
me
of the
up?
kids.
And I will gladly walk with you back up
I
there.
think
I-
Hans is going to throw a
And I
fan
won't
at
move
the
because I know if I
road.
move right now, you're going to shoot me.
I wouldn't do that.
No, you know what I mean. But seriously, will you please
that be
pick
your
me up
only
right
fan?
now?
No, ma'am.
And we can walk to Okay, I'm walking back.
You are not walking anywhere.
Sir,
Are you trying to catch more charges?
sir.
Because I am trying to talk to you reasonably.
Can she shut up? You reasonably.
Well, you got to understand, we have a procedure we have to follow. At this point, you're under arrest. We came for an
I
investigation.
haven't touched anybody. I haven't hurt anybody. I haven't done anything to anybody. Y'all threw me on the ground. I am asking you to literally go right there to my lawyer.
And we are not doing that.
Please take these cuffs off of me. I'm not going to run. I'm not going to walk. I'm not going to do anything. I truly am not.
Okay. So at this point,
Well,
though,
since you just
because you are under
asked me
arrest
for
and
the
in
20th
handcuffs,
time,
they do
okay,
not
we'll
come
take them off.
until we get to the jail. That's just how it works.
I will not. I don't accept that. My lawyer is literally in that house right there.
Okay, that's fine. Once you get to the jail, you can call them.
No, please. That is literally my house right there.
Okay.
Please go talk to my family.
Somebody else is up there talking to them
And
right now.
I will go with you. I have no problems going with you. But y'all literally threw me on the ground. I literally walked out because that's what y'all wanted.
And we told you to stop multiple times. Did we
But
not?
I did what you wanted. You told me to walk out.
We
I
never told you to walk out. You made that
Yes,
decision
you
yourself.
did. Sir, here, take these. Can we walk up together?
No.
I will walk up with you.
Just have a seat right there.
Okay, no, I'm
Have
not.
a seat.
No! This is embarrassing as
Okay, folks, it does look like they're back at the Karen Reed murder trial. So we're going to switch to that. We're going to pick up on this drunk girl at the lunch break. Looks like Zachary Clark.
Do we have to?
I know.
We're literally doing what you asked, Jim.
I know. We had planned for this, and we are going to have to watch the terrible, awful Karen Reed murder trial. I mean, this is just without precedent. I mean, even Helen is pissed off about it.
No, she's
No,
pissed
for the
off
Lexus
at you
sign?
because you won't give her what you want.
Yeah,
As the
which
vehicle
is,
approaches
I
a
think,
pedestrian.
Funyuns. Hold on, let's press play.
Is the last photograph, sir?
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And if you
morning,
notice,
sir.
they have
Good morning,
a
sir.
security officer sitting with Karen Reed's father
Your earliest
again.
involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up.
He's been
and by
accused
the way,
of
at that
trying
time,
to
you
make
were a
contact
trooper assigned
with
to crime scene services section?
with the
That's
jury.
correct.
And that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes.
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the
Maynard from
Norfolk
Tool?
CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was
Hey, you got the
the
sprout.
supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks, you're to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
And I'm gonna beat you about the head and shoulders for fucking pissing me off.
Because I
what I
told
miss? What did I miss? I was out of the room.
He asked about if that officer was there when Lieutenant Tully was dismissed, and the prosecutor objected, and she sustained, and then told him to disregard. And then his next question is Lieutenant Tully still in charge?
Good Lord. So we're in sidebar number 2. Phil, what flavor sidebars do we have for you today?
Today we have a little cinnamon toast crunch sidebars.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That is a new one, I believe.
That is a new one.
You know, yesterday for my last Taco Bell before the ban starts, and you can read about the ban and below in the scroll, I had the new Taco Bell chicken nuggets, which are breaded in taco shells. And I had their new honey jalapeno mustard dipping sauce, which looks like baby snot, but is not. In fact, it didn't even kill me because it had honey in it.
Okay, so
And I will be banned for
back to
3 years from Taco
February
Bell and other
1st,
places. And you can
2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station.
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Yes.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware, when you were called out on this case, that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
Not going to get any of them to use your title.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family? Will you approach?
Brian family.
Sidebars!
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you
Never mind.
that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained injures, I'm going to ask you to strike that question, disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
Oh, I need to be heard. I need to be heard at sidebar, not sidebar number 3, folks. Number 3. Sidebar 3.
And they're quickly making up for lost time.
Yeah, they are. Drinking in his cruiser. See, that's why it was prejudicial of the jury. Because Parson is asking about it. And Gia, have a good time at the car wash. Car wash.
Yeah. Drinking in his cruisers is another good reason for Michael Proctor to be an ex-trooper.
I don't think it was Michael Proctor. I think it was Chris Albert or Brian Albert they were saying there. But yeah, the judge didn't seem pleased with that.
Yeah, I would have loved to see the look on his face when he used the
Good time to take our morning
when he tried to get the
20 minutes.
lead. Oh shit!
Yeah,
really
she just
pissed her
sent
off.
them. Yeah, she sent them to morning break. So looks like the kids are done. We shouldn't have any more interruptions, but we're gonna put on a couple of minutes of music while I actually get a bathroom break this time. I'm gonna go about 6 minutes on this one because we played half of it already yesterday.
Potty patrol, potty patrol.
Or 4 minutes, sorry, 4 minutes. Let's pull this up. And go to potty patrol.
you say who you are, and I've noticed if I fall apart, could you hold this? You got me digging way too deep in the feelings, and I'm over here looking for all the reasons. So if you're gonna stick around, and if you plan to hold me down, be patient, cause I'm finding out that I might need you. Yeah, don't wanna mess up. I can't lose your love. I can't get enough. And I'ma keep my heart right by my side. Yeah, I can act tough. Don't need all the love. You got me messed up. Matter of fact, you might just be surprised. So if you're gonna stick around, and if you plan to hold me down, be patient, cause I'm finding out that I might need you. Yeah. Don't wanna mess up. I can't lose your love. I can't get enough. And I'ma keep my heart right by my side. I can act tough. Don't need all the love. Got me messed up. Matter of fact, you might just be surprised. Yeah, mess up. I can't lose your love. I can't get enough. And I'ma keep my heart right by my side. I can act tough. Don't need all the love. You got me messed up. Matter of fact, you might just be surprised. Yeah.
Unmute. And we are back. Yay.
Happy,
Yay,
happy,
we are
joy,
back.
joy, 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 joy.
I think we'll go back to that drunk girl that we interrupted with the mom intoxicated on the front lawn.
Wonder
This
what her
one's-
neighbors think.
Well, I know she's already married, but she sounds like she is the perfect match for NCR. I don't know, guys. Perfect match for NCR? She doesn't listen to anybody. Her kids don't listen to anybody. And she drank 2 liters of wine.
She's literally the best match for NCR. Literally.
Best match.
Literally.
The best match for NCR. That's right.
She does whatever they ask. She does whatever they ask.
Yes. So she is NCR's future.
Yes.
Put a 1 in the chat if she's NCR's future. Put a 2 in the chat if she's NCR's past. Put a 3 in the chat if we should just skip NCR and just marry her off to Parson, not a spite. So 1, 2, or 3.
No, you
We tried
and
to come
my
talk to you.
actions.
We tried to come talk to you respectfully.
No, you didn't.
We'll wait right here.
No, we're
No,
gonna go
you
up to my
didn't.
Have a
house.
seat.
Please.
Have a seat.
No.
Have a
Please
seat.
No.
take the f***ing handcuffs off of me.
That's not how this
I am
works.
50 f***ing years old. This is bullshit. I want my neighbor.
Have a seat on
I
the curb.
want someone who cares about me.
Have a seat on the curb.
Just get your f***ing hands off of me.
She was sitting at the table. I was outside looking for frogs. Came inside, and she went on this talk about how she doesn't want to be a parent anymore. And I was just like, okay, well, f*** me. Like, you chose this. There's not really going back. And I brought our cat outside, and I was just sitting on the back deck. And then she like slams open the door. She starts yelling at me about how nobody cares about her, and like she gives her all to us, and like we're unappreciative and all that stuff. And I was just like, I texted my brother Tyler, and I was just like, hey, Tyler, I need you out here. That's Rose. I was just like, I need you out here because I'm not comfortable. So Tyler came, and he was just like, what the f is going on? She was just like, well, Amber, you need to take your meds. And then, so I took my meds, and I went downstairs. And then she called me on the intercom, and she's just like, get your ass up here. Something's not making sense with your meds. And I was just like, okay. So I come upstairs, and she's just like, fill your med case. You're not taking your meds. And I was just like, okay. I haven't missed my meds in weeks. I was just like, okay, I'll go fill it in front of you. She went on to talk about how I was a terrible person and that she lost all trust in me because I wasn't being there for her when I'm trying to prioritize my mental health. I was just like, okay. And Tyler was also in there when I was filling my med case because I got him. I was just like, okay, I'm going to go back downstairs and go to bed.
Why didn't you come here?
Because you yell when I get you. And so I go downstairs in my room, I close and lock the door because I'm just done. I want to sleep. And I go sit in my closet, and then all of a sudden she calls me. I don't answer because I asked her not to call me. She comes downstairs banging on my door. And she's like, get your ass upstairs. You have to do all the laundry. And so I'm helping her fold the laundry, and she goes on another talk about how I'm really disrespectful and throws a pair of jeans at me, like a hot pair of jeans at my face. Okay. And she's just like, pick that up. You did that. You threw it there. Pick that thing up. And I told her, no, you threw that at me. It's not happening. And she's just like, no, you're being disrespectful. Pick it up. And I was just like, give me a minute. And I was doing lots of deep breaths, and I walked into Tyler's room, and I was just like, Tyler, I'm not safe. And Tyler comes, and we're done with the laundry at that point.
Careful.
So I'm just kind of standing there, and I was just like, Mom, this is what my therapist has been saying. What you're doing isn't okay, and we need to work on that. She told me, she's just like, Ben thinks you're a whore. Ben is my therapist. Tyler was there, and he was just like, what the actual f***? Like, you don't tell your child that. Mm-hmm. And she starts yelling at him, because Tyler's trying to protect me. She's just yelling at him to get out of the house. I wake Dad up because I'm just like, this is getting to a point that it's not safe for anybody. So I wake Dad up, and I'm just like, Dad, you need to come help us and everything. And Dad tells Tyler to go to bed and me to go to his room. I had to go downstairs to grab my stuffed animal. And every time I walked by her, she told me, F you, F you, F you, and put her middle fingers this close to my face. I came back upstairs and I sat down, and Dad sat down in bed next to me, and he pulled his phone out. And Mom walks in, and she's just like, you need to deal with this. And Dad's just like, I will in the morning. You are drunk. He said she was drunk. He was just like, she just kept saying, you need to deal with this. Get off your phone. Stop playing Sudoku. You need to deal with this. And she goes up to Dad, grabs his phone, and tries to rip it out of his hands, and keeps pulling and pulling and pulling, and then picking it up and throwing it across the room. And it hits the wall. Dad's just like, what the fuck? And she, those fans, the floor fans? She threw it on the floor. And Dad got up and picked the fan up. Don't stare at me like that. Picked the fan up, and then she proceeded to pick the fan up off the floor, put it over her head, and throw it at my father. Didn't really throw it, she had her head still on it, but she tried to smash it on him. I screamed for Tyler. I do have video of before that happened, of that stuff, if you would like to see that. And then I kind of bear hugged her because she was trying to hurt everybody. So I bear hugged her so she couldn't get up and hurt anybody or hurt herself, because minutes before she was saying that she was going to kill herself and that she wanted to die. And she said that she wanted to die and it was all our fault. A few minutes later after that, she says, I want to kill myself and it's your fault. And she points to my dad. She scratches my arm. You can just kind of see her. She scratches my arm and she's just like, you better get your hands off me in the next 3 seconds or I'm really going to hurt you. And so I let go because I don't want to be hurt. I'm 16. Like, my mother's supposed to protect me. She's starting to hurt me. Tyler has me go to his room. We lock the door. We stay in there. More screaming happens. Don't really know what happened, but it was just like, Tyler, we have to call the police. I have called the police
She's a real mother of the year, isn't she?
but the police did say I was crazy that time because she often says that she's gonna kill herself. The last time when I called them,
NCR's
she
off
said,
the
I
hook
never said that.
until she sobers
This
up.
time it got way out of hand.
Get
This is
some
the
help.
second time she has hit my dad. Once was a year prior when I was diagnosed with
Better
ALS.
candidate for Parsons because he likes to train him.
After everything that she just said,
Yeah,
what
it might
happened
still
when they
be, but-
went into the room?
Did she hit me? Yes.
Okay. Where did she hit you?
In the face.
Okay.
There's a scratch here, and she hit me in the eye.
There really ain't no other way to put it. This is just at night. 100%. There's no way around it. I mean, it is what it is.
Does anyone up where you are need EMS to check on that?
Do you need anybody?
No.
Anybody? Negative. What I need everybody to do, so you were just called over here. Where do you live?
I do.
You do live here?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So what I need everybody to do is just write down your names and phone numbers. I also need birthdays, okay? So has this ever happened before?
Oh, where she gets really drunk and loses control, yes.
When she's sober, she's not like this at all.
How often does she drink?
Every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
And she used to not to at all.
When did the drinking start?
It started like
Right
6
around-
years ago, but it got bad about
Wasn't
a
it
year
more?
ago.
I'm gonna read this to you real quick.
Yeah, my Miranda rights.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't get to. That's my.
So I understand that, but I still have to read it. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you
Please
before any
put me
questioning
in
if you
front
wish.
of my house where nobody sees us.
You can decide at any
All
time.
I'm asking you is to literally put me in front of my house where nobody else can see us.
You can decide at any time to
Please
exercise.
put me in front of my house. I
Okay.
have asked you repeatedly. Take me now. You've got me. Please put me in front of my house. Please.
Just hang on a second.
No.
Listen,
This is
once
embarrassing.
we get our female here, that's gonna calm you
No.
down.
This is embarrassing as f. Please.
Okay.
Please.
So we're gonna have a female come pat you down,
I don't care.
and then we'll get you put in the car.
No, I don't want to be in a car. Put me in front of my house, please. This is so embarrassing. Please. Oh my God, you are such a f***ing embarrassment.
Okay.
I know I'm embarrassing, but God damn.
So you're saying your back hurts and your neck hurts, so we're gonna get you checked
Everything
out.
hurts. Tell them to drop the f***ing lights right now, please.
Okay. Let's go and walk on over to them, okay? Stand up.
Don't touch me.
Please.
I will get myself
Touch
up.
me.
Stand up.
I will get myself
Don't
up.
touch
Now,
me, Hank.
Once you
Don't
stand
touch
up, I
me
will let
there.
go. I'm just trying to make sure you don't fall down,
promise
okay?
you let go of me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hold on, it's gonna take
You're
a
in
minute.
luck they don't have much features.
God damn it.
Good.
1, 2, 3. And, okay.
Hang on.
No. Every light off now. I will not submit. Hey, y'all, love y'all. Y'all are awesome. Turn off every light right now because I'm embarrassed as please. Tell them to let go of me.
I can't do that.
I'm not going to move. I promise. I swear
He's
to
in
God.
charge of me.
I'm not going to move.
What's wrong with you? What's going on?
Please turn off the lights. I'm embarrassed.
He's getting talk to me.
Realize literally. Hey, can you hold on for a second? Thank you. Let go of me.
Okay.
Literally, that's my lawyer in that house right there.
What's going on? Here, let's sit right there. And we'll take your vital signs. Yeah,
She decided to act up and
I'd love to hear what he has to say.
she's complaining about her back and neck hurt.
Mr. Reese, so this is what's going to happen. She is going to go to jail, and based on the injuries to your face, her hitting you, the marks on your daughter here, she's going to have 2 battery charges as well. And that's not y'all are not going to be the ones that have the say so of being able to file charges or not. The state picks those up. She's also going to face 2 counts of cruelty to children in the 3rd degree. The last 2 that I just mentioned are both misdemeanors. But for the incident outside it will be a felony. So she will go to jail for a felony obstruction. Essentially what happens from here, she'll go to jail tonight. I'm going to hand this to you as well. That's the case number 4.
That's right.
So she'll go to jail tonight. She'll have a bond set. Essentially what will happen is they will not allow her here at this residence unless a judge of higher than a magistrate judge amends those bond conditions. She will not be allowed to have any kind of contact with you, any of the children, until essentially either the case is solved or a superior court judge amends those bond conditions.
Felony's not right. That's bullshit. It's probably don't call y'all.
So are there any questions for me?
No.
Can I go stay at a friend's house?
Hmm?
Can I stay at a friend's house?
No, you're gonna go play in bed. I'll be up on the radio. What?
Are you literally taking him to jail?
Yes, ma'am. I believe so. It's not my case. The other deputy's the one in charge of the case.
At least give me shoes.
Do what?
I literally have no shoes.
Yeah, we'll work on that in a second. I think he's walking back down here.
Can you at least put these in front of me so that I'm at least like 0.5% more comfortable?
Well, only if you're pregnant. Are we allowed to put
I'm
people
not.
in front?
Okay.
So.
No, not. Okay. Understandable.
Just per policy.
Sign me, please.
No, I'm good. I've been sitting down, so it's
yeah,
good
but I
to
feel
stand
so
up.
stupid. My arms are really hurting, and I promise I'm not. I haven't moved.
Get out of here so we can get those cuffs out of it.
All right, so we're going to go on. So at this time, you are going to be placed under arrest, okay?
For what reason?
One, you're going to have a felony obstruction, 2 counts of battery FBA, and 2 counts of cruelty to children.
I never touched anybody.
So come on, Miss Reese. I'm going to stand up for me, okay?
No. Can y'all get me shoes first? Can y'all go in the house and get me shoes?
I want you to stand up.
Jesus.
Thank you.
Y'all, I haven't touched anybody. Oh my God, I haven't touched. Oh my God, y'all, this is so fucking embarrassing. I have nothing.
George, do you mind?
Oh, there's the thing on my finger right here.
There's what?
Finger.
No, they checked your blood sugar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you diabetic as well?
No.
No?
No, ma'am. Ma'am.
Walk over there towards you.
Okay.
All right, Miss Reese, come on now.
Y'all, really? Really?
Really? I just punched him in the face. I
getting a
didn't
divorce.
mean
This
it.
is it.
I just threw
Yeah,
a
this
fan
is
at
it.
my
We're done.
husband.
Ma'am, I'm right here.
Yeah, I'm just putting the seatbelt on.
Can you please? My arms hurt. Seriously, my arms hurt. Sir, can you please explain?
Kimberly, I tried to have that conversation with you up there, and then you decided that you wanted to act out.
1,000 times and nobody's ever answered. I never touched
Don't worry,
anybody.
she'll wait for you.
All right, I got to reach across you and grab the seatbelt, okay?
Can you give me shoes? I do not want to step on the ground until...
They give you shoes inside.
Sir, no.
They give you shoes inside.
Please.
Not walking.
They will give you your shoes inside.
Can you please shove my glasses in, please?
Just south of mile marker 21.
This is so...
Charlie Romeo, Charlie 6295.
Do not touch me. I am so mad.
You'll go right over here to this wall, face the wall, put your feet on there, right there.
The woman was charged with battery, family violence act, cruelty to children 3rd degree, and obstruction of officers / criminal investigation.
Okay, then. We'll be back from break any minute now, I'm sure. It's been almost 20 minutes. How's the day going, Pope Bill? Or Hank?
It's going.
It's going.
Yep.
We're recovering from the party last night. We had quite the show.
Quite the party, quite the surprise, yeah.
What are our tallies again for the annual fundraising event for the paper and for our channel?
Let me pull that up here. We are at we started off with a modest goal of 1 year because you know we got you a year of off of ice cream.
Yes, that was last year.
Yes, that was
which
last year.
expires on Sunday.
Yes, so that's 365 days. That was the goal. 365 days. We blew by that goal.
Okay.
So then we changed to a goal of 2 years. 2 years.
Yeah.
Right. So that would be 730 days. We blew by that goal.
Okay.
We then went to 3 years. We said, 3 years. And we were chugging along at 3 years, which is 1,095 days. And we thought, we had a month to go. We were pretty sure we were going to meet that goal. And then yesterday happened, and we just kind of blew by that altogether. So now our new goal is 4 years, which is 1,460 days. We are currently at 1,288 days.
Stop. You just have to add another day, because Hank's Corner says another day. Suck it, Jim.
So we're at 1,289 days, which means we have 171 days to go to 4 years.
But wait, there's more.
Yes, there is more. So Thel.
Wait. Hank just added 5 really cool site memberships.
Oh, nice.
Let me go take a look and see who got them. Because we are professionals here.
We are professional.
They went to Jackson 68, Stage 5 Scholar, Annabelle, Slice, and Becca. Becca won a membership from Hank's Corner.
Nice.
There you go. We got 1 out of 5.
So a while back, Sethel, who really dislikes Coat Dog, we added not only the fundraiser for you and getting rid of your junk food. We decided to keep Coke Dog away. That campaign, since it started, is up to 419 days. So,
but Coke Dog's never hurt anybody. He's a good boy.
He's annoying as fuck. So,
and the fact is, he's in Greenland right now, but he could be back any day till June 5th. And he hasn't had his medications, his self-medications, because all the snow has covered up anything crystal and anything mushroom-like in the Great White North, that is Greenland. He might have sobered up for the first time in years. So
well, he did snort that glacier, which is kind of tough for locals.
Yeah.
But that's a cleanse. That's a cleanse of his body of the toxins that you've fed him over the years. I mean, remember, you tried to make him snort buckshot by setting off that shotgun in his face that one time.
Well, he ate the shotgun shells, but that only gave him explosive diarrhea.
Yeah. And as Subear points out, he hurt Zoe. So, there's that.
Victoria B., there were only John O'Keefe's kids apparently testified and we're on another state trooper right now when they took a break. I didn't catch his name offhand, but Judge was pissed off because why was the judge pissed off again, guys?
He kept asking the trooper about the supervisor who was supervising. He kept asking questions he shouldn't.
And other questions that he knows he's not supposed to.
Yeah, like, did you drink were you drinking in a squad car with another officer?
Yeah.
That got an instant sidebar, and then let's take the morning break.
Yep.
Well, that was a sidebar by the defense attorney's request,
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Oh, thanks to Hank's generosity, we're now up to 1,900 or 1,294 days. So we got 166 days to go to 4 years.
And I am on my second Benadryl in 8 hours. So, yeah, the one I took about an hour ago is really kicking in right now. So I can breathe, kinda. Yeah.
Ooh.
You're only supposed to take 4 in a 24-hour period, so I am spacing them out. I do like breathing. That's.
And just because you can take 4 in a 24-hour period doesn't mean you take them all at once.
Right. That's right.
Well,
I took one at 2 a.m. and I took another at, I think it was 10 a.m.
Jim misunderstood it. He thought it was 24 in 4 hours.
No, I haven't done that. They're too expensive.
Which isn't to say you wouldn't do it. It's just too expensive.
No, if I were ever to do that, I'd just switch to the topically applied liquid Benadryl. Because even that on my skin makes me. So I remember the first day this first regular week of allergy shots on the second go around of allergy shots. I was getting 5 shots at the time at a time. So there were 2 shots in each arm and a shot in my stomach. And that went on for a couple of years. But the first time I got a shot in my stomach, it was a reaction that gave me a splotch the size of the small moon on my stomach area. So I looked like, if anyone remembers, Dusty Rhodes. Dusty Rhodes!
The
American
Dusty Rhodes!
baby!
Yeah.
Yes, and the splotch on his stomach from his appendix surgery. Yes, I look like Dusty Rhodes, baby. Dusty Rhodes. And weirdly, the splotch wood Gothic Sparrow hit us with 5 really cool memberships just to shut me up, apparently. They went to 420 Moon, Lisa Alcazar, Sue Bear, Sirio, and Virgo Wraith.
Great fishing there, Hank. Great fishing.
No, that was Gothic Sparrow.
Oh, Gothic Sparrow. Nice. Great fishing, the Gothic Sparrow. Great fishing.
Thank you, Gothic Sparrow. So that's 5 more days. We're not going to get to 4 years. Come on, folks. You don't want me to go without Burger King for 4 years. That's just cruel and unusual punishment.
No, it's cruel and appropriate punishment.
Let alone my favorite sandwiches in the world, Jimmy John's, would be at 5 years. And you don't want to do that. That's just mean to me. That's just being mean. And you people aren't mean, are you?
Yes. Yes, they are. We have the meanest chat in all of YouTube.
Yep, we are.
In all of YouTube.
Oh wow, Becca, that's wow. Up to 9 shots in the stomach. Okay, that wasn't the Benadryl. Someone just zoomed in and zoomed out on the damn.
City Council at sidebar.
Oh no! Another sidebar.
We go to sidebar, then to break, then back to sidebar.
Yep. I said it last night. I make the best sidebars, and they just can't help themselves.
If you look on the lower left corner of the screen is Mr. Burns-looking man is Karen Reed's father. Karen Reed's father has had security sitting with him for the past few days as he's been glaring and trying to communicate, allegedly glaring and trying to make eye contact with jurors. Jurors have said they were creeped out by his attempts to communicate. He has not been barred from the courtroom, but the lady who is standing up in the corner there has been the security guard who's standing up in the corner there next to him has been sitting next to him every day for that reason, apparently. So they are quite concerned with him trying to intimidate the witnesses or the jury. Speaking of intimidating witnesses, Turtle Boy got 2 more charges yesterday while he was on the way to another hearing involving one of his ex-girlfriends where he's trying to sue the ex-girlfriend.
Shocked, I tell you. Shocked.
Yeah. Each witness intimidation charge, and this one was from about a month and a half ago when he was screaming into Chris Albert's security camera. Because the felony witness intimidation charges come from charges involved in a murder case, the penalty doubles for each one. So for all, I think they're up to 20 now felony witness intimidation charges that he's facing. It's 20 years per charge if convicted.
Yeah.
Up to 20 years, sorry.
Yeah.
So what's 20 times 20? Mr. Math
400?
Major?
400?
So he's facing possibility of 400 years in jail. That is a little bit more than the life in prison that Karen Reed could possibly face for second-degree murder.
Yeah.
400 years.
I was not a math major, by the way.
Okay. Well, does anyone want to keep Turtle Boy alive to carry out or so he can do his sentence for 400 years?
Exhibit II for ID. Thank you.
Aye. Captain. Aye.
Good break. All the journey out. Folks, remember we're close to 7,000 subscribers. We'll do it hopefully by Saturday. We probably won't have a party this time because we just had our 6,000
All right, may we have
subscriber
Sergeant
party.
Clock, please?
But it is a big event. We're getting recognized more and more, and I thank y'all for helping out in our channel's extensive growth. We started out with 7 subscribers about this time last year.
Yes.
And
Sir,
thanks
when
to
you went
buying
with
memberships.
Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022,
I was aware of that.
and the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023.
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Netti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay. All right. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay. Excuse me.
You said it was going to be evidence to the court and jury in the case now, and wearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
For just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks.
And how long were you at that barracks?
For about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks.
And how long were you in Charlton?
For a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
And was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow, so there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out, and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document or memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc, are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave?
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Colin will seek to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes at the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question, what are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So we are looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
There's going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
And an angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791.
Live from the car wash.
Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that
Get
correct?
bail money ready,
Yes, sir.
folks.
Okay. How many garage doors
Is
did you observe there
auditing
that
the
day?
car wash.
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 was this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of
What
the
you
2
looking
garage
at,
doors
lady?
is this, Trooper?
Eat
This
my
will be the
shorts.
left
Yeah.
garage door.
Thank you very
Eat
much.
her
Ms. Gilman,
shorts,
thank you very
lady.
much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your review of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me, because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time, who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos, and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these, you mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
All set.
I just destroyed all the Funyuns bags.
Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
No!
Yep.
Ryan Gallerani to the stand.
Smashed them. And the
Those
cheesy
are-
snacks.
The Funyuns are better that way because you can use them
Your
to
Honor,
bread
as this witness is
chicken.
approaching, can I just
Oh,
move into
gross.
evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Yes, you can bread chicken in them. Yes.
137.
Good job, Gia. Plus, Helen likes her Funyuns crushed.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give before the court, the jury, or case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek cells and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Follow me, ma'am.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working
Don't you
at the
touch
crime
those ice
laboratory, or
cream
did you
bars.
work somewhere
I
else
get ice
before?
cream in 4
I began working at the
days.
Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker, or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after an incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can.
Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Dear God, you really
Yes.
are trying to kill me.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or
happened?
direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
Trying to force
After
me
they're
to eat
done doing
veggie
what they're
lasagna
required to do,
inside chat.
I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I
And?
did.
Did you observe the vehicle
I
from
wanna
standing
die.
behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Veggie lasagna won't kill you. Most of lasagna is vegetarian anyway.
I'm allergic to
I'm
it.
handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Then
I
you'd
do.
be allergic to regular lasagna
This is the
too.
rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
Take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Someone donates $2,000, I will eat an entire veggie lasagna.
Okay, Princess Jim.
Well, no, they're saying that's what they're saying inside chat. Someone might donate $2,000. Person, I'm not putting my face on air while eating, but I
Yes.
will
What is
put
it?
the lasagna
This is the driver's
on
side of
air
the
while I'm
Lexus.
eating it.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
No, I don't have clown makeup. It
P161,
was a
please.
mask, and my one niece took the mask for her own nefarious purposes. I
Can you
think
describe
she's
what you
gonna
saw?
Yes, that
frame
is
me
the
for
rear
a series of
passenger taillight of the
candy
vehicle.
stick-ups in the
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down, thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of
This is Tom.
efforts
Yeah,
to
that's why
protect
it's
from
going to take
contamination?
2K for me to even think
Yes.
about it.
What do you
At
do?
least there'll be enough money for
Before
my,
processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll
like
put on
cremation.
gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any
Means not
observations
positive.
where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass on the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Can we listen to evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 141.
Court's permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in
Your
front of you.
audio still needs
Would
to
you mind
connect.
pointing out for the jury what stood out
What'd
to
you
you?
say?
Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up?
Mia's
on the
audio
bumper,
still
please?
needed to connect. She's back.
Didn't get arrested.
You
So I can see
maniac!
one of the,
You
it's a little
destroyed
difficult
the
to see, but I
candy
can see one of the
aisle!
larger pieces of apparent glass right here.
I-
Would it be better if I
You
use this one?
stomped the M&Ms into the ground!
This piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers.
And
could
then what you
tell us
did to
what
the
those are?
ice cream aisle, that's
This
against the
sticker,
Geneva Convention!
Sorry, this sticker here is marking where
Was
the
my
apparent
pleasure.
pieces of glass are.
Is there
and
another
I-
sticker above, or is that?
Slow
And the
day.
Sure,
frozen
if you could close up, I'm
pizzas!
not sure what
Dear
that is.
God, Gia.
Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
Could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
And could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch, that's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or are the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the scratches?
Just below it.
Could we zoom in a little more if we could, Ms. Gilman, please? Can you see in this photograph the dent that you saw?
Yes, I was referring to this area here as a dent in my observations.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. You mentioned a hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
In the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, yes, A and B, please.
144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
Yes. This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you come on in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, jurors, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Yeah, she can stay right here. Of course.
Okay, jury, break this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
We're on
Lunchtime.
lunch break. Lunchtime, yay! So let's see what we got. Okay, let's hit the last 5 minutes of music. And everyone get a bathroom break, come back, and we will finish some Drunk Girl. Since it's only going to be a 45-minute break or so.
Describe what she's doing.
See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks.
Hold on.
Thank you.
We are back, though. They're going through a box of evidence on the record. Welcome back, Gia.
Ordered some Skechers slip-ons.
There you go.
Yep. Cannot fall down anymore. Cannot.
Good, good, good. Even when you're rampaging to destroy the ice cream aisle,
Yep.
you cannot fall over.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, it looks like they've gone to lunch, so we're going to play 6 minutes of music or so, and then be back with you.
Okie dokie.
Yeah, so do what you got to do, folks, and then we'll be back with you for some Drunk Girl in about 6 minutes.
Okay. I'll be back.
So, okay, see you in a few. And this one is Music 1301.
I wouldn't mind to be alone with you. I wouldn't mind if it the tub. Yeah, we going up. We a whole mood. Love to see a big win. Hop in the whip for a spin, spin. Headed for the top. Yeah, cute the violins. Glitter gold on a roll. Watch me shine. Watch me glow. This is the love life. So nice. Luxury. Luxury. This is the love life. So nice. Luxury. Luxury. Coming in on the scene. Looking so fresh. Looking so clean. Everybody talk about a glow up. Yeah. Cause they love to be seen. Baddest in the whole crew. So fly. So new. Get that bag. Money green. Out with the crown. I'm that queen. Glitter gold on a roll. Watch me shine. Watch me glow. This is the love life. So nice. Luxury. Luxury. This is the love life. So nice. Luxury. 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 This is the love life. So nice. So nice. Luxury. This is the love life. So nice. So nice. Luxury. So nice. So nice. Luxury.
And we are back with you. Please stop screen, go back to. We're going to dive into some Drunk Girl in a few minutes. But first, an update from earlier. We're getting reports in that they only had John O'Keefe's adopted daughter on the stand. The son has yet to take the stand. They're not sure, or they're not saying if he's going to be taking the stand later this afternoon. If he does, we'll do what we did earlier and do some more Drunk Girl. We've got tons of Drunk Girl stockpiled, so we'll either go to that or some of the NCR videos that he's shared with us. He's been kind enough to do that, so we'll promote some of his material on the channel. NCR's, we'll stick links to NCR's main channel up as well in a bit. It's a rainy day here in Pennsylvania right now. I am half awake and I really need a nap. How about you, Hank?
What's that?
How about you? It's a rainy day in Pennsylvania and I need a nap. How about you?
Well, it's hot and dry here.
Okay then. But do you need a nap?
Not yet.
Okay. Are we getting there?
Well, as soon as I eat a full lunch, yeah, I'll be there.
Okay. What you getting for lunch?
Haven't decided yet. I'm not going to eat until after this is over.
Okay.
At least not
Doing a quick
full
check.
lunch.
Doing a quick check of the Lane Myers documents. Don't see anything new so far, but I got a couple more to check here. Just the status conference updates from yesterday. No motions whatsoever so far. So, yeah, I'm assuming whatever he had in hand on Monday is going to take a couple of days to scan in, especially if they're handwritten in pencil. Would you like to have to translate that, Hank? Lane Myers' handwriting.
I can translate it in 2 words. Absolute horseshit.
Oh. You mean you're not going to fall for Lane's wonderful lawyering skills?
No.
Okay. We're going to do possible Gia husband, I think this will be. But we will not be showing.
Are we going to finish?
Slam.
Oh, wait. Did we finish the abusive mom?
Yes, we did finish the abusive mom. I'm just going through to see if there's anything else that's fairly lengthy. Okay, let's do a possible Gia husband. And we'll just edit out, or we'll just skip the chokeslam. Apparently he gets chokeslammed. So, folks, this possible husband for Gia, once she gets rid of Vlad, or once Vlad is released from his prison cell, just located in an undisclosed location underneath. Well, I can't say, or else she'll kill me too.
Oh, help me, man! My jaw broke! My jaw broke! Help me!
I'm not trying to hear nothing you talking about. You did all this to yourself.
On March 18, 2025, an officer began running a vehicle's license plate when the driver noticed the patrol car behind him. The driver quickly exited the vehicle and attempted to remove the plate, which was later found to be registered to a deceased woman.
Come here for a second, bro.
What happened?
I got you. Hold on. Hold on.
What's going on, bro?
Turn around for me. Turn around. Turn
What
around.
did I do,
Turn
bro?
around for me. I don't want it, bro. Just relax.
What am I doing?
Put it down.
Put the screwdriver,
Put the screwdriver down. Put the screwdriver down, bro.
Why you fucking up? Why am I getting bothered, bro?
Yo, put the screwdriver down.
I'm on the go. I'm on the way.
All right.
Come on, nigga. Put the bag up, bro.
All right. I'm gonna drop you, bro. If you.
I don't want to be hurt.
All right, bro.
Put me in the car. What am I doing, bro?
Relax. Relax. Relax.
Relax.
Relax. Relax.
Hey,
Relax.
chill out. Come on, man. Don't know what he's bothering me.
Listen.
Damn, bro. What did I do, bro? No, look, bro.
Hey, it's his first phone.
Look right here,
Male
bro.
detained. 13th and Tamron, 1000 block.
Bro, can I please?
Turn around, bro.
What am I doing?
Turn around.
Bro, I want
Open your legs for me, bro. There you go.
Bro, I don't have anything on me.
We're good. Listen. Relax,
Tell
sir.
me the truth. Yes, sir. I'm not gonna go nowhere. I just want to know what did I do.
So,
My jaw broke. I don't want to get hurt. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not trying to hurt you, bro.
Okay,
listen.
that's it.
Ran the tag. The car come back to a Cadillac, correct?
Yeah, that's my girl.
This is not a Cadillac, correct?
Yeah, that's my girl. They told me to
What
move
kind
the
of car is this?
It's a van. But
It's
they
a
told me
Ford,
to move
right?
it. Yes.
I come and I see you. As soon as I'm pulling you over, you're taking the tag off the car.
Yes, because the car for sale, sir.
That tag does not belong on the car.
The dude that
I'm just letting you know.
Yes, sir. The dude
Right?
tears out the car. I got
So do you
permission.
have a driver's license?
No, sir.
You have no driver's license?
No, sir. I just moved the car.
Okay, do you not have it with you or you just don't have it at all?
I don't have them at all. I
Okay.
don't drive or sell the car. I just
Okay.
sell cars and park
Okay.
and leave.
Well, you was operating the car. You know you have to operate the car with a driver's license,
But
correct?
he told me to move.
Who's
that-
he? Who's he?
The man in the store said I was okay to
Do
have
you
the
have a
car.
driver's license?
No, sir.
Are you allowed to drive a car?
No, but I didn't know that I was doing that wrong because I'm not,
I
like
got you.
physically moving the car all the time. I just move it to ceiling.
11, what's going on? Show me 10 to 864.
I would do this shit. The car not even for sale. I mean, the car for sale. He told me to move the car, so I went to move the car. She not went in the store. I just moved the car.
She switches to a.
I would never have problems. I wasn't doing that because they told me to move the car. That's it. I don't have anything on me. Yes, sir. I don't have nothing. But a couple dollars in their pocket right now. I don't have nothing. Why you taking the hat off? Well, I'm bald here. I had been in a bad accident. I don't want to be embarrassed. I don't have anything.
What's your first name, sir?
Ruben Walker.
Ruben?
Yes.
Ruben.
Yes, sir.
Making sure you
Now I want a Reuben from Arby's.
can't be embarrassed by your beautiful look.
Sir, I got over through a windshield. I just went through a windshield. See my
Mr.
jaw,
Walker.
my jaw broke.
All right, stand up. 722. Can I get my hat?
722.
I got it for you.
Yeah. I hear Arby's got a brisket sandwich that's pretty decent.
Yeah, it's sweet or hot. And there's a competition going on for sweet or hot. So you can get it sweet or you can get it hot.
Got your mangoes on you? I'm gonna count this in front of you on camera, okay?
But right now I feel like one of their Reuben sandwiches with sour
My ID right
cream.
here. Right there. My ID, I'm sorry. I just got it.
Take your foot down there. Stay right there, man.
I'm about to fall. I got to throw through a windshield, son.
And Thousand Island.
I was in the exit. See my jaw?
Russian
It's dried
dressing
up.
or
That's why I'm
whatever.
talking like this. I lost my teeth. I lost my hair. I lost everything. Everything. They had a bad day. I'm supposed to be going to the doctor. That's why I just got the ID brand new. See my doctor right now? My thing.
Take a seat. Oh, you done side or not?
Thank you. I don't get no problem, man. Can I put my hat back on?
All right, man.
Can I put this on?
Huh?
Why are you counting that?
I have to. It's policy, man.
Oh.
So confirm your money, all right? So watch me, okay? 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 650, 670, 680, 690.
Because you act like I'm on line.
17.
I'm not that type of dude. Not that type of dude.
Relax, dude.
I don't want no problem. That's why.
You ain't got no problem. Let me see this phone.
I'm in fucking pain. Oh,
Hey, let me see this phone.
I know you take my socks off. Nothing.
Was this bill?
Relax. Oh, no. I'm trying to move.
What's this right here?
What? That's my key. Ain't nothing but a key. Hey, oh, T.Y., come here. That's my antibiotics right there for my face.
Okay.
That's all that is, antibiotics. T.Y. That's it, sir. Can I put my hat back on?
Yeah. Why are you so worried about your hair right now?
Because I'm nothing in there. I just don't want to be out here like this, man. Look at that bald head on me. Look like an alien. T.Y., come grab my stuff. Can you get my stuff?
He's not gonna get anything. Like
Okay.
nothing's going anywhere.
Can I
11,
can I take my antibiotic? Because I pulled the ticket, that's why I wouldn't.
What's wrong, 1110?
I don't understand this, man.
1110?
Not 1110. 11 Tango. No. Leave that.
I'm putting it down. I'm putting it down. See the rest of it.
11 Tango?
3, 4, 4.
What did I do?
All right, now you better
Yeah,
okay.
Just trying to
1926.
Helen does not approve.
That's why you're in handcuffs.
This shit hurt, man. I'm just selling cars, man. I'm trying to make a couple dollars. Can I get these loosen up a little bit?
I'm just letting you know. You asked me and I'm telling you.
Can I have these loosen up a little bit?
Bro, I can get my whole finger in there. The cuffs are loose enough.
They hurt, bro.
Per policy, bro. These cuffs are loose. Handcuffs ain't meant to be comfortable, bro. But they're loose enough. I just got my whole finger in both of them.
I'm just
Right there. I just don't want that just out and about. The stocking cap.
Put them in your car. No, I'm straight.
Okay.
When I put you in your car,
Come on, stand up.
I'm all right. No, I'm good. Yes, sir. I'm good. I'm straight.
Come on,
I see you.
man.
Thank you.
Come on, man.
I'm not asking. I'm telling you. We're gonna go in your car here.
His
This
necklace
what
up.
making it hurt. Right here. You just take this off.
Take what off?
This right here. The watch? Yes. Yeah. I mean, not the watch. The bracelet. I mean, the thing.
What thing?
This right here. The loose. T.Y.
Should we take the necklace off?
I'm going to jail.
Bro, I don't know.
Bro. Super, where else would he put his antibiotics?
T.Y. Damn, dog. What's going on? You get my stuff? You gonna get my stuff?
No.
There's
a cap, bro.
Huh?
You want the shoes and the cap in there?
You get the jewelry in my phone. You have a phone?
I don't even know what's going on with.
Come over here.
Come on.
I'll take the watch off the car.
Turn.
Oh,
No, this way.
Yeah. Bend over.
79.
Bend over.
I want them to give you my property, but they won't give it to you.
Bend over. Stop moving. Take this watch. Oh, good, man.
Sure, Bear. Then he wouldn't have one on him at all times. Logic, Sue Bear, logic.
You're moving too much, bro. Oh, gonna make me over tighten the cuffs. Trying to make sure they're good. Alright, but watch out, I need some more space. Spread your legs, both of them. Spread your legs. Bam! Yeah. Book, man. Bro, stay out here.
Can you loosen this up a little more right here? Huh? Can you loosen this one up a little more?
You give me a chance. Give me a chance. I can't, bro.
Look, just a little more, bro. Just please, bro.
My
Please,
whole
bro.
thing.
Tell you, but just a little more, please. Just please, bro.
Bend over at the waist.
You good?
Oh, I got it. That's all I'm giving you, right?
You gotta check, bro, just a little bit.
I just did.
Bro, I'm telling you, red light hurt me so bad. I mean, I'm understanding.
Look, listen. You can turn
You
the
can just
whole
look.
damn wrist,
Bro,
man.
listen,
Stop
look.
it.
I'm my mama, bro. I'm mama grave, bro.
I literally just turned your whole wrist, bro. Get in the car.
Bro, yo, see this ankle?
No. Get in the car, bro.
Get in the car.
Get in the car, bro.
Bro, can you just loosen up?
No, I'm not. I'm not, because I did.
Come on,
Get in the
pull
car,
my pants
man.
up.
Yeah, pull them up. You playing games, huh, bro? No.
Right here, bro.
I'm not going to tell you again. The next time, I'm going to drag you in the fucking car.
Bro, all I want
Period.
is to become my job, bro. And you know, I was gonna look at my job. I was going through an accident. I'm not
Go on the
lie
other
to
side. I asked you nicely, bro.
you. Please, bro, can you do
No. They're loose, bro. They are
just a
loose.
little
They are
bit.
loose enough. No.
begging
I took the watch off
I'm
and I
begging
loosened
you,
them.
bro.
No, they're fine, bro. They're fine.
I'm
They're
gonna show you what I'm
fine.
talking about. I'm gonna show him what I'm talking about, please.
But he's asked you to get in.
I know, but I don't want to rock with no woman, please.
Get in the car, bro.
Just a little bit, bro. I'm in here. Bro, I just wanted to get a little bit, bro.
Bro, what are you doing,
Because
man?
it hurt, bro. Bro, you hurt. Bro, help, man. Come on, bro. Just a little bit.
Go on the
bro.
other side.
I'm gonna sit right. I'm gonna sit right. I just want to turn so
You
you
about
got
to catch another
I'm
charge.
gonna turn this way. Look, do this. Just can I turn like that so you can do it, bro?
No, I'm not adjusting your damn cuffs, bro. I adjusted them already.
I just want, bro, just a little bit, bro.
Grab him.
I don't want. Oh, you hurt my jaw. You hurt me, bro. You hurt
Put
my
your
jaw.
foot in! Put your foot in! Put your fucking foot in! Put your fucking foot in!
Hold on, watch out. Watch
I don't
out.
want to fight. I want my jaw. That's it. Bro, I just want my jaw, bro. I just want my jaw,
Come
bro.
on, get my hoppers out the door. Get my hoppers out the door.
You right, man. I'm gone.
No. Get my hoppers out the door.
This time, bro.
Yeah, no,
Look
the
how I'm
other
bleeding.
side. Passenger side. Passenger side.
Show myself 341 out of 1500 North Commerce, Department B23.
Welcome back, Gia. This is your possible future groom.
Oh, lovely.
He had $740 in his pocket.
Damn.
He got some bling bling on him.
Yeah, he got some
$740.
coin, man. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'd take me some money.
That's right. Though he is a little over concerned that he is bald on top. So
Yeah, it appears so.
yes. But the rest of his hair is fantabulous. Look at that. Long flowing hair.
Yeah,
I'm done, bro.
just one sec. No, it's over with.
I'm done. I'm in the middle.
I'm finna show you what you earned.
I'm in the middle.
Let me see. Just one.
I'm in the middle.
Just one sec.
I got in the middle.
Just one sec. Don't act a fool.
I'm in the middle, bro. I'm in the middle.
That's what I need, a fool.
I'm just hurt, but that's all. Look, look,
Yep.
look at it now.
No. We're good. Put
I need a fool.
That's what I look. Right
That's
here.
it. That's it.
Bro, I'm not doing that, but I'm just doing it because I want.
We figure you can have him on the weekends when Vlad needs a couple days off. You know, you don't need a full time,
No.
but you need a
Part-time fool. Part-time fool.
for some fun.
I'm down for that. Yeah.
Okay then, that's right. And he's got his own business where he uses stolen tags on different cars.
Nice.
Because they got him here because he was using a tag registered to a dead woman on not her car. So a different car than what was registered to the tag.
That's a new one.
Yes, he's an entrepreneur.
Yes.
Yes.
I want you to help me, bro. We gonna be.
Do you want me to come around the other side?
Yeah, come on.
I'm not gonna.
I sliced my
I'm done.
my renewal tag with a razor blade
Yeah.
after I put it on.
Yeah.
So if somebody tries to take it, they get it sliced up.
Does it also kill the tracking chip inside of it?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have to microwave the whole car this time? To get rid of
No.
all the bugs.
No. Just my real ID.
Okay. So your real ID is now microwaved
Yes.
and melty.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you do the same to
To
your
get rid of the
passport?
bugs, why didn't you just use RAID?
Yep. I took Chili's advice, as I don't want to be tracked by the government.
Yeah, well,
because they don't know where I
says-
live if I do that.
He says the passports now have micro recorders in them.
Yes.
That can record every sound around you indefinitely without having to be connected to the internet 24/7.
Even if it's a fireproof safe locked in a closet, it can still hear me.
And he's not worried about a cell phone, which does everything that he's afraid that his passport and licenses do.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. He says no real ID. Says you should say no to the real ID because let's face it, the government is tracking him. He is on every list, and when he becomes governor supreme of the whatever state, he will change the system from the inside. Change the system. And yes, his computers are all tracked, Subair. His computers.
Well, they trying to beat me. Hey, record this. They beat me, man. Record this. They beat me. Record it. They beat me, man.
Hey, bro, sit in the car. I'm gonna close the door on your foot and break your leg.
For what?
Stop. You don't have to push him because if he puts the shit out, I'm just
I'm
gonna
not
break his arm.
all I asked him to do is loosen the cuffs.
Listen, bro, we'll loosen the cuffs, but you keep putting your damn legs
No, I
out.
didn't, because
I
he won't
watched you
loosen
do
it.
it.
He won't loosen
So
it.
put your leg out this door. Watch
I'm
what
not-
happens.
I'm
I'm gonna
not gonna
close it
do it.
right through it.
Bro, I'm not gonna do it no more, bro.
Well, you're acting like an ass. You're gonna get treated like
Okay,
one.
bro, I'm good, bro.
No.
I'm sorry, bro.
You wanna act stupid?
I'm
You're gonna
sorry.
bring
I'm
that
sorry,
foot out
bro.
and see
I'm
what
sorry.
happens.
I'm not bringing it up.
Last chance.
Hey,
You got one last chance.
record
Last
this.
chance. Move your damn foot.
This shit done broke on my hand. My wrist just broke. I told you this. Damn, man, my fucking wrist broke now. All I ask you to do is just let my cuff go a little bit, bro. Hey, what with me? Help me, man. You broke my jaw. Help me, man. No, man, you gonna be... Why y'all doing this to me?
Because you kept kicking the door, like I told you.
Bro, I asked you to lift the cuffs.
And I said once you
All I
got
asked
in there,
was
you
lift the
would.
cuffs.
You didn't want to. You didn't want to put your foot in the
I
damn
did.
car, bro. Stop.
Man, why don't you hurt me, man?
Stop pulling him over.
Because you hurt me.
Stop pulling him
Y'all
over.
hurt me.
Stop.
Bro, you hurt me. You hurt me. You hurt me, man. Please let me
See
go.
this kicking you're doing right now?
I just want to get in the
That's
car.
gonna get you tased, bro.
You hurt me.
You're gonna be
I got a
hurt.
broke jaw, bro.
Well, you're gonna have broke more if you keep fighting with the cops, bro.
Bro, I just want to get in the car.
You were in the car, but you
Bro.
wanted to kick the door.
Bro, y'all hurt me, man.
No, you're not kicking me, man.
I'm not gonna kick you. Hurt me though. Bro, y'all hurt me.
We're trying to get you in the car.
Bro, you hurt me.
You want to fight or nothing?
Bro, y'all hurt me.
Just stay on this
Hurt.
Help me. Side.
Y'all help me. Please help.
Hang
Please
tough
help.
there, bro.
Please help. Help me, man.
Stop.
Help me.
If you stop.
Help me, man. Y'all hurt me. Help me.
Copy. E65.
Oh my God.
Bro,
192. Is it for 864?
I still think we should marry this one off to Parson.
57. And we'll hobble on the guy now.
Oh, help me, man.
Copy. E65.
They hurt me.
Hey, you gotta wire him out, man. The man wired.
I'm hurt.
Okay, then maybe you shouldn't fight with the cops if you got a wired up mouth. Right? Wouldn't that make sense? He was in the car and you wanted to kick the door in the ass. Well, that's not how you act with a wired up mouth.
Bro, you hurt me. Well, look at what y'all doing to me. Bro, look at what y'all doing to me. You that guy here, he's doing it. Watch him hurt me. Please help me.
Cut it out, dude.
Bro, you brought all that
Cut
shit
it out.
Lift my shit. Loosen my car, bro.
No.
You acting worse than
I
the white
already did.
man. Bro, it was hurting. Look how you doing it, bro.
The more you're fighting, the more it's gonna hurt.
I'm not fighting.
Just grab him, just grab him. Get in so I can help
I can't move. Look, my wrist.
Stop fighting.
Oh shit, man. Oh, he broke my jaw. My jaw just turned down. Oh shit. Oh shit. I don't want to fight, man. Why y'all got my jaw like this?
Hey, relax, buddy. Relax. Relax.
How you get my jaw?
Relax. You gotta
Look, look at my hand.
Look at your feet, man. You gotta
Look, man, look at my hand. Hey, look at me.
I know, but this is.
Hey, ask him
You
for that.
gotta relax.
No, because all I asked was to loosen my cuff a little
How many
bit.
broken
That's what I
bones now?
did.
No, we're trying
Like
to
four.
loosen up.
Well, he was in a car accident, so he actually has
My
broken
jaw's
bones.
broke.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
They're testifying in the basement. They might not be able to.
Damn, I'm sorry about that.
You're all right.
His
At
jaw
least
is
so
wired. Yeah, his jaw is wired. And his wrist is supposedly legit broken.
Cool. So he wants to fight with the cops.
Yeah, he wants to be a pain in the ass. He apparently went through the windshield of a car. He's got no license, he's got no ID, he's got no reason to be driving a car. That's how the incident started.
The fool.
Yes.
All right. You gotta relax, though. Okay.
All right, just relax.
Just breathe, brother. Just breathe.
Can I even get all I asked for my cuff to be used?
I know.
Look how I'm bleeding.
Look. Relax, dude. You
Look
gotta
at my
relax.
arm broke. Bro, my wrist broke.
Relax. We're gonna take you to the station. We're gonna get you in handcuffs so that we can relax, okay?
Please, can I just get, look.
But point your head that way. Put your
I
feet in.
can't. It's hard as it got me.
I understand.
When I lean back, my mouth will rip open, sir.
I
He
don't
understand me.
want you to lean back. What I want you to do is I want you to scoot back a little bit. We're gonna put
All
you
I
back in
asked
here.
was to loosen
We're
the
gonna
cuff.
loosen up your cuffs. I'll take care of you. But stick your feet right here so that way I can get to them. I can't get to your handcuffs.
Yeah, life's going well for this
Okay.
dude.
I can't even put my pants up.
Relax.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Look how they treat me. He just
How they
got
treat
me. All I
you.
asked was just to lose my cuff. Bro. What they feel to you don't feel to me, bro. That's all I asked.
Lift up, relax a little bit, all right?
I'll show you.
Stay right there. Stay right there.
10-4, 1000 Block Street. 10-4, 1000 Block of 13th Street.
You can't resist. They're gonna.
I'm not resisting.
No, I know, but when you're doing something.
Look, see how that shit gets stuck on my lip now.
Look, relax, relax.
I'm not doing anything. All I asked was loosen this up. Look how my hands bleeding and stuff. It was the one over here. This one.
Handcuffs.
That's all I asked for.
Turn this way. Turn this way.
All I asked you to loosen it up.
Lean forward a little bit. Lean forward.
Where's mom?
642.
Hey.
This to
This was the other one.
Please.
And I just want to try to close up.
I got it. Relax, relax.
You know, broke my wrist, I think. Right here, this one is fucked.
You got to keep your arm like that, right? Yeah. I'm gonna tighten it down. Hold on.
Let's keep it.
You got enough there.
This one here is bad.
You got enough here. My finger goes there.
So, look at it, sir.
You're fine.
I want to show you this way. Look.
No,
I don't think
stay.
you see it. Look.
I know, but when you keep
I
moving,
can't-
that's what's gonna happen. That's what I'm saying.
I can't move it. It's
Stay
numb.
just like this. Stay just like this.
My hands are numb, so I promise
I
you.
know they're gonna be numb because you're in
No, not
handcuffs.
this one, but that one.
I got you.
The man, who was identified as Reuben Walker, was then transported to the station for booking.
I'm bleeding.
417020.
Told
Oh,
them, don't.
dude.
Show me 51 to 1909 Cameron. Reference case number 20254-072.
Y'all done broke my nose. Me broke.
Close it. I got it. Close it.
Now I gotta do a lawsuit.
I didn't tell you to sit down.
I'm hurting, man. I'm fucked up. My jaw's really fucked up, bro. Man, I'm through. The nigga, I'm wide up, bro. You gonna rip my whole mouth. My hands swelling up as we talk. I'm through. I was telling you that. That's all I wanted was to lose. I was just in an accident, bro. I need somewhere to speak. I don't want to speak on the phone. Can I have a garbage, please? Can I have
I'm
a
not
garbage?
bringing the garbage over to you. I can take you to a bathroom.
Bathrooms, anything. I just want to speak.
So this is about one of the grossest people I have seen in a long time.
Right here, right here.
You just want to get it up?
Can you assure you
Oh, my shit be open.
4197 rail, 4197 rail. 1217 start.
Look at all that shit.
What? You don't want the dreadlocks going down his back?
Or the spit. No, thank you.
Or the spit? Folks, I'm making the executive decision. If they have the second kid on, we're not waiting. We're just going to end the broadcast today. I've got a gigantic headache. We'll see what they do. They only had the daughter on. They did not have the minor son. So
Good.
after the break, if they go the minor son, we're just going to end the broadcast for the day. There are 20 other broadcasts of this. While we appreciate you being here, we do have to think about our own health from time to time. And yeah, if they go to the kid, we're out of here for the day. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning. For now, though, we're going to stick with the coverage. And tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, we will be back with the Wednesday edition. I think it's called the Magic Pants Wednesday. Magic Pants Wednesday, where we'll be discussing whatever's going on in the world and having a little bit of fun tonight. What do you think about Magic Pants, Gia?
Oh, I'll take it.
The magic of pants. That's
Yes.
right, folks.
Everybody loves pants. Pants.
Yes. He read another news story that we released this morning, and the newscast is also up right here on this channel. So if you're interested, please take a look at today's reporting on Chile de Castro for the 100,000th time has delayed the board game again. Just like he delayed it yesterday and the day before and the day before and the day before. He says he'll have the cards maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday, maybe Saturday, maybe on Hank's birthday. Who knows? But his board game will be out soon enough. Are you ready to be bored by his board game, Gia?
I'm already bored by his games.
And we are not, just to make sure, we are sticking with this unless they actually go to the O'Keefe's son. So otherwise, we'll be with you all afternoon. Let us hit up the rest of this, as they'll be back at 1:40 supposedly.
That's my antibiotics. My pus coming up.
And let's not spoil your dinner or lunch.
Oh shit. I'm due, man. This shit gonna be so infected, bro. I had to take that antibiotic.
So listen, I don't want to hear you talking. I'm gonna talk, and then I'm gonna give you the opportunity to speak. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You've been acting like an ass. Everything that you did is self-inflicted. You caused. Okay? I do not have to take these cuffs off. I can put you in that cell, re-put you in hobbles, and leave you in there until it's time for you to go. Obviously, I don't think you want that because that would be extremely uncomfortable. But I'm not going to take these cuffs off if you're going to continue to act how you're acting. So, if I take these cuffs off and you're willing to go in your cell and sit down until it's time for you to be released, I would do that. If not, I'm going to keep the cuffs on. Choice is yours.
Okay, and then can I say one thing? Can I get an ambulance? That's all I ask for, medical.
What's your complaint?
My complaint is my hand, my wrist is, I can't even feel this at all. It's broken.
They can't do anything for that because you're going to need an x-ray if you're complaining about broken bones.
That's what they'll do this.
No, they won't. We're going to have to take you to get medically cleared before you go to the county jail, which he's already going to have to do. But they're not doing that right now.
I can't get no medical attention.
Depending on what you need. You're not incapacitated. You're not profusely bleeding from anywhere. You are fine. Outside of long-term medical care, that will be taken care of after your arrest paperwork is completed, and he takes you down to the hospital to be medically
You see
cleared.
my mouth open. My knee is swollen right here. It's cut and swollen.
Again, that's not something that the medics can treat if we get them here to the station.
My knee is swollen too,
And my
asshole.
wrist is broken. It's not broken. It's how it's swollen. You can see my hand swelling.
Stop whining, you baby.
That's all I'm asking. Even my knee. Bruise, look at that. It's swelling.
This guy has
You see
whined
the
his
bruise
whole
right on the
life.
top, bro. When you hit me on the damn on the tongue.
But his knee,
Yeah.
and his wrist,
Yeah.
and his jaw.
And you guys beat me up, and I broke the law, but you guys hit me, and my jaw, and my wrist, and my knee, and my hair.
You
And
fought
my
the
knees
law
and
and the
toes.
law won.
Yeah, you can
My
tell
knees
he's been a
and
victim
toes,
his
my
whole
knees
life.
and toes.
Yep.
They jumped on my back.
Okay.
Look at my knee swelling on the side right there. As I'm speaking right now. Right here on this right side there. I'm not lying to you, bro.
I didn't say you was lying. You're just not listening to me. You're just saying what you want to say. That's not something that the medics are going to treat for you here. If you got a open wound that needs to be concealed, after.
Can somebody give me some really strong pain meds?
But emergencies for emergencies, like a heart attack, like you're gonna die. You're fine.
I don't know if you saw it, but he had his antibiotic pill in his sock.
Yep.
So, yeah, maybe he had foot fungus it was trying to kill off.
Yep. Yep.
Maybe he's trying to create a super antibiotic with the extra fungus.
That's right.
Now and walk home. It's not an
I can't
emergency.
even walk like that. I couldn't even walk with y'all.
You bumped in.
We're done. We're done.
Dude.
You drugged me in basically.
Stop being a baby.
All I'm asking is for ambulance, medical help. Please, y'all don't recruit me.
I hear what you're asking. I'm not.
That's all I need. Medical help,
The
please.
complaints that you're complaining about are not for the medics. They're not going to be able to transport you until after your paperwork is
I all the
complete.
injuries with y'all was up my jaw and you reopen it. My whole, I can feel the bottom of my stitch. My jaw shouldn't be shaking when I do it like this. It wasn't even moving. Now it's moving all the way to the side. Look at that.
Just put him in the
My jaw shouldn't be
fucking
doing
11, 11, phone.
Helen.
Can you start the medics to HQ booking
nice,
for our 10:15?
All I'm asking for, man. Can I spit? I don't want to spit on the ground.
Stand him up. Walk back over to the can.
Okay. Bye.
10-9.
Where'd you go, dude?
Stay with us until your paperwork is complete.
I'm about to have research. I'm gonna have to keep it in.
We don't have his name or any of that information, right?
The paramedics eventually arrive and have Walker medically cleared. Walker was charged with driving with a suspended license, battery on a specified personnel, and resisting an officer without violence.
Where did his hair come from? He went from no hair to have a whole head of hair there.
It's a extreme makeover comb over edition.
So maybe that's a... Oh, goodness gracious. Yes, he put his dreads on top, so it covered up his bald spot.
If you haven't already, make sure you check out our last video, and don't forget to like and...
Okay, folks, we're in the last couple of minutes until they're back from break. If you hear Helen howling, she's already had 30 cheese balls today. She's extremely spoiled, and she's yelling at me. But let's bring the Karen Reed trial back up, and I'm going to walk around for a whole minute or so. They have not gone back to Lieutenant Van yet. Good Lord. Alan, be nice. Just got this. You know. On the other side, Olive is being extremely good today by sleeping the entire day away. Let's take a look-see. See if there's anything new being reported today. Let's see, week 5. Hey, we're currently in week 4 for the drawings. Let's see. According to Jessica Machado, we're in week 4 of the trial. Week 5 will be next week. And the press credentials for week 5 go to Grant Smith Ellis, Court TV, NBC 10 and ECN Telemundo, the Associated Press, John DePietro, in WBZ TV, ABC News, Dateline, News Nation, and Fox News. Aiden Kearney, for the 3rd week in a row, did not get a seat in trial. What do you think, Hank? No Turtle Boy for a 3rd straight week.
Poor crotch goblin.
Likewise, no, his buddy, Jessica Machado, who was there last week, does not get a seat this week. Or next week, so... yeah. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do. He might be indicted. He might not even make it.
We can only hope.
Let's see if there's anything else going on. And that music is coming from Court TV. YouTuber Jason Zwack is keeping up his insane attacks on Merb. I can't even describe them. They're like someone got high, forgot what they were talking about, and then just started random gibberish. Billy DeCastro is expected to go live again later today with his new excuse as to why the board game will not be finished this week. Everyone else has been relatively quiet this week. There's no new documents in the Lane Myers case as of about an hour ago. Shuggy, yeah, Karen Reed was supposedly sick. That's why yesterday's hearing was canceled. There's also a report she was seen with Alan Jackson at some sort of basketball-related event where she was slugging down martinis. Allegedly. Today we had the testimony to start off the day of John O'Keefe's adopted daughter. She testified for an hour and a half, I believe, before they came back. We've gone through about 3 or 4 more witnesses, and if his minor adopted son comes up, we will be ending the broadcast early today.
Maybe they're just planning on leaving him alone this time.
I don't know. He's on the witness list, so not sure what's up there. But they only call, according to the reports we're getting, they only called the daughter so far. We'll be back with you at 8 o'clock Eastern tonight, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 o'clock in Mountain Time, and 5 o'clock on the West Coast. The broadcast tonight is Magic Pants Wednesday, so you can get all your ails and all your needs fulfilled by the one, the only Pants. They've gone a little bit beyond the lunch break, so let's hope that they get back soon. The second Superman trailer was released a little bit ago today. The big return of Superman to the screens is coming, I believe, in July or August. Like a week or two before the Fantastic Four movie is set to premiere. This is a new interpretation of Superman. Looks to be a little bit more action-packed and filled with characters you would not expect from the DC Universe, including Guy Gardner, the Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, Mr. Terrific, Metamorpho, and more. In this trailer, they show off Lois interviewing Clark as Superman and asking him why the world hates him and if he really does have a super dog. Crypto is featured in live action for the first time in ages in this new movie, and that's a spoiler warning. Though he's in every trailer and every clip so far. And we have Lieutenant Fan! Yay, Lieutenant Fan. Remember, folks, that we're still doing the spring fundraising efforts. From now to June 5, me and Touche will be banned from Popeye's, Subway, or starting June 5, Popeye's, Subway, Chick-fil-A, Taco Bell, Long John Silver's, Arby's, and KFC for another day with every $5 donation or gifted membership. Along with your $5 donation, we will be banning Coke Dog from the program for another day. Coke Dog is currently being held against his will in Greenland. Pope Phil's wife has also banned him from Subway for the duration. I believe it's 3 years to go along with our Touche and my 3 years commitment to not going to these fast food restaurants. All donations go to keeping the newspaper and this news channel around for another year or two. If you don't want to give us any money, you can still take part. Watch our videos. Watch them from start to finish. Click like, share, subscribe. Tell people about it. And comment on our videos. A comment is a great way of telling YouTube that you love us, or like us, or are fond of us, or tolerate us. But still, a like is interactions, and interactions are key to getting us placed in the algorithm a bit higher, that is, higher. Your harder, higher, whatever, is much appreciated. And we are still sitting here. Yes, as Mrs. Tom reminds you to hit the like, share, and subscribe buttons if you already haven't done it. Sue Bear, you're right. Karen Reed did not get along with the daughter, apparently. We've seen in the press.
But she said in her interviews how attached she was to the children.
Yes, attached. Oh, dear God. Another one like that, Hank, and you may have to take over for the afternoon. I just sneezed 6 times in a row. Oh, Lord. I think I injured my brain on that one.
It's just a flesh wound.
Yes. think my worst ever was I drank a can of Arizona iced tea with ginseng back in the day, about a decade ago. And I ended up I had a few sips of it and ended up sneezing 67 times in a row without end. I'll tell you, that wasn't a good experience. Speaking of a good experience, Pants is in the house. Tonight we are having Magic Pants Hour at 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 o'clock Mountain, and 5 o'clock on the West Coast. Be with us tonight as we celebrate the magical Pants. Pants may or may not be in attendance. He's weird that way. So Pants, they are still at lunch break. They were supposed to be back at 1:45 or 1:40. It's now 1:53 on the East Coast. Yeah. Gia had just rampaged through the fast food or the junk food aisles at her local supermarket. She destroyed the Funyuns display along with all the cheese products. She also took out the ice cream section. Anyone reporting her better be watching their backs, as she is connected, y'all. Don't report the Gia. She also rampaged at the car wash. Yes, the car wash. She was auditing, and those damn people got in the way again. Oh, Lord. In our newscast that was posted earlier today, you can hear about Chile de Castro's renaming a National Police Week into something that we can't feature on YouTube. We also have Lane Myers' Monday night hearing with Judy's reactions to what happened. And we have Chile's new excuses yesterday as to why his board game will not be coming out anytime soon. Believe it or not, he hasn't gotten the cards in yet, and he is not prepared to move forward because having a board game is hard, y'all. In cat news, Jackson James, the biggest of our kittens being all 7 years old, is currently hunting something flying in the room that only he can see. He's about to do a backflip. If he keeps this up, I may turn on the webcam and let you see the disaster that my office is. Whatever is flying, he seems to have lost it. He's tracking it now, but no one else seems to see it. Jackson James, what are you doing? Princess, what are you doing, Princess? Two different cats there. Jackson James is not a princess. For those just joining us, they did explain that yesterday was canceled due to an illness on the part of the defendant, Karen Reed.
The only question in my mind is a hangover and illness.
Yeah, it was a hangover, I'm sure. Because she's so popular around town, she's got to be a social butterfly. And Jackson James has lost his quarry. Whatever it was is no longer floating around the office. Oh, we may be back in session. Let's get ready to go to a sidebar. Let's see if it's a sidebar. No, the volume was on.
Questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Okay. Do you, when you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment.
Okay.
Okay. One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers, packaging of
Yeah.
smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It was done by somebody other than you?
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes.
The whole bag.
Yes. And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh,
separate
okay, that's fine. I'll just
packages
get them here.
after it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are two small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. Oh, I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184, 3-1, assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag. And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take that. When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
When you, after you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab, I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab? What areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area, and there's no forensic relevance related to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole, and in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what parts you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer
Please.
from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
At some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
You can take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. Do you recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
Can I move these 4 photographs into evidence?
I could just see them quickly. No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them one exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically, in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
There's a little bit difference. Is markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is Exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you two photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Should I write? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, could you take a look?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, remove these two photographs of evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Great, thank you.
Well,
Exhibits 148A and B.
with the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17, is the back of the orange T-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange T-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner, zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the
Yes.
court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in, if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that T-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
She looked at pants?
I handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans,
You
item
think Pence would have
7-1.
said something about being examined by her?
Do you recognize what's in that?
He'd
Yes, I
probably
do.
enjoy it.
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
And move these two into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt?
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigator's information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witnesses? Thank you. Your Honor,
Show,
pursuant to...
show Mr. Brennan what we can do. Okay.
Pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, you've stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and to the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
It looks like he got a can of that spray stuff to cover his bald spot.
Yeah, it does. Spray on hair. His comb over is worse than Lane Myers, and that's saying something. We have
Maybe
a
you should use
coworker-
dreads. It worked well for
we
that.
have Go ahead. We have a former coworker of Lane Myers' wife who comes in to the reaction shows, and they had dinner with Lane and his wife one night, he and his wife, and Lane is overprotective of his hair. He goes out of his way to make sure the comb over is perfect, but it's still a comb over. And if they talk about it, he gets ultra defensive.
154.
And Your Honor, if I could just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more efficient
Okay.
for the last one. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need that graph.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And lastly, may I approach for the witness? Thank you. You may read this as you-
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle?
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Lessie, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Sustained.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Kent Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part above around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Sorry.
Welcome back to
Do
you.
you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of...
Would it be the cars, twigs, and berries?
The vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about above the lift gate, going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then with the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage?
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas. And those
didn't
were all
run over
negative.
him.
And there was also no visible
Yeah,
staining
she
in that
backed
area,
into
so
it.
that is correct.
Dumbass.
What I'd like to
Have
do
any tire marks on his clothes.
now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's why they found all that stuff at the scene.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th.
You mean the stuff that Michael Proctor planted?
Yes, that's possible.
So ingeniously that it didn't disturb the snow
aware
but had it
of
underneath?
the odometer reading?
But was that
of the
before or
Lexus
after he was
when it
drinking
was
in
in
the
the Sally
squad
Port
car
garage?
with the
No, I'm
guy who
not.
took the pictures of it?
If
That was
we
during.
showed you
Okay.
a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so
Did
were
you
there
change
with
the
Trooper
the
Clark
oil
on February 1st,
on the
correct?
car?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
Where is he going with us?
He's lousy at her job. And they all conspired.
Somebody took the car, damaged it, and brought it to the Sally
The
Port.
mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic
The
scientist?
damage was of no
So my
interest
role as
to
a
you.
forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So if you're, but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Oh, that was riveting.
At some point, did you look at the car and was it purple?
Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, the applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
Have you worked any crime scenes that
How many swabs did you
or
take
evidence that was
with
collected
regard
during
to
a
the
fucking blizzard?
red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
how did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2, did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at, is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I do not believe it's significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Fairview.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sallyport?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sallyport, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to
So
me.
it was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
Let me repeat everything you say, but in a condescending manner.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe
Let
it
me
was.
repeat
no
everything
testing
you
was done on
just
those
said, but in a condescending manner.
Jackass.
So as we all sit here today,
As we all
there
sit
has
here
been no
today.
confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know
As
if
we
there
all
were
sit
multiple
here
contributors
today.
to those stains. Oh,
Sustained.
You testified that the remainder of the contents of the Solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 Solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sallyport location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those Solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the Solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those Solo cups?
To my
He's a
knowledge, it
trooper,
was a
not a
Canton
Canton
police
police
officer
officer.
at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Isn't he testifying? He didn't ask
Why
a
is
question.
it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather
And
than
what
former
about
Trooper
the
Proctor?
space aliens?
Just from my actual memory, I remember.
Were they controlling
turning
your
them over-
brain?
They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups. So it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a first-hand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday?
And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission.
145 shows the dog did it.
We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
And
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that you, well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just, so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when the tip. May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct, I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside, where you did swab, as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sallyport for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, if that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight? That's
Karen Reed
part
ain't
of the
happy.
taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
He's got the frowny face on.
Again, I
today.
can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I
He's
think
so
the premise
bad
of the
at
question
this.
I'm having difficulty
She has to
answering.
cross-examine herself.
Last part of the questioning, you didn't make any
And security
note
is sitting
that said
on
you found
Mr.
glass
Reed again.
inside of that taillight, correct?
I
That's
wouldn't make a
hilarious.
note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
God, he's so boring.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can
Correct me
move on
if
from
I
this,
am
this
wrong.
item. You didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit, so I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we
Doesn't
can
mean
take
that
down,
there
Mr. Wolk, I want to
wasn't.
move on
He's
to
accomplished
Means
nothing.
he's not aware of
what
it.
is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
Yeah, let him go play
So
golf.
is this
Kick
a
him
fair
out.
example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
Sustained without more foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
God, he's bad.
So, is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So, do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the
I'm
hands
dying. I'll
on
be
a
back
podium
in a
that have
couple.
skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence, and I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I discuss, I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent glass.
You talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes, and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, there's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With Your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133.
Okay.
If I could have a moment with Mr. Wolk just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, if Mr. Wolk, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker And the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just one sticker and therefore one volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you. With Your Honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and if you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
Where are you supposed to be looking for a reverse B?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure.
We'll do whatever you want to do.
And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only one sticker that you put on, and therefore only one volume of glass associated with one sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yeah.
picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, that is a reflection and therefore equivocation, is that correct?
I'm
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Yes. Sustained.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So With regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct? Let's go to these, we can go back to the
lobby.
None of these
Let's
pieces
go back
of
to the lobby
apparent
and
glass
have
were
ourselves some
embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video. Thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds.
Let us all confer on the conspiracy.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it.
Yeah, you're the one who owns everybody. Can't blame me because you own everything.
Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken, so that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? And we can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you.
Play the video.
If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed. If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wilk, without overly accelerating all
Bastard
that's happening.
person. You bastard. Arby's app. We have the meats.
And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off.
And where was it falling onto?
The ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So, that
Whoa.
occurs on January 29th. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you had described it, is just perched on the bumper, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is?
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022 that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Alleged.
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it, correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Yes.
Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier, you talked about it on direct. in the general time of January 29th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes, okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
60.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center, so Ms. Hartnett can see what the, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date, and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay, and if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time. Have you ever done that?
No.
What was the point of the
Based
last
upon
5
what you
minutes of
know
this
about
idiot
this
questioning her?
Just based
She
upon
has
what you
nothing
know.
to do with collection of glass.
And from your role as a forensic scientist, too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustain.
Had nothing to do with any of this shit. Sorry. Stuff.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel?
I had 3 cookies.
Yes,
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface,
3
right?
cookies.
Yes.
Yay.
Yay.
So you're twitchy now. Get
That
all
hair
that
wasn't
sugar.
secured
3 peanut butter
to
cookies.
that panel, was it?
No.
Well, I'm going to have some triple chocolate ice
It in
cream.
fact wasn't secured in any way
Nice.
on that.
I'm
quarter
gonna
panel,
have a
correct?
nap
That's correct.
as soon as this is over.
It wasn't taped.
Icing my knee.
No.
It wasn't glued.
Icing my knee.
It wasn't stapled.
Stapled.
It was not
When
affixed
this is
in
over,
any
I'm
way
going to have my
whatsoever.
Oh my
stomach coated with
God.
No, it was not.
chocolate ice cream.
This guy. Jackson's probably having a fit.
You found this apparent hair.
You found
At
this
the same
apparent
time,
hair.
You
Apparent?
found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
Oh
The
my
range
God.
of time wasn't that broad, was
I
it?
may need
correct?
another
No, it
cookie.
was not correct.
What was the range of time?
I
between
sleep through
finding one
dinner.
versus the other?
I don't know
Hope can run the
specifically. I
show
was
tonight
there
at
for
8.
approximately 2 hours, so within that time
So
period.
within just
No.
2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within
Apparent.
that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all
Or
of that
I'll
done
let
within just 2 hours.
NCR go
Yes,
through
that's
with this crazy idea.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton,
We've
Dighton,
got
Canton?
18 minutes
Recall
left.
that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
My cookie was a nutty butter. The peanut butter sandwich ones. Mmm.
Oh,
Do you know
nice.
when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Haven't had those in years. Years.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
Yes. Sandwich cookie. Yummy.
Did it resist you?
With your honor's
big
permission, I
sandwich
would
cookie?
like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, Your Honor?
I'm gonna look at it.
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
The dog hair. Yes. The dog. The dog did it.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf. for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
What do you think is a hair?
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C-shaped.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Gia is out of control.
And would that be a reverse C?
She had cookies.
Then if it's a C shape?
Sandwich.
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle, so I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, just, it's not a trick here, but I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight, or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And that hook is oriented left, correct?
4 more days.
Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's correct.
Okay, very good.
Will
And that's the apparent
will you do
hair.
it live,
Yes.
Jim?
And you only saw or found one apparent
Probably
hair,
not,
correct?
because it'll be
Yes, that's correct.
4
All
a.m.
right, if we could, Mr. Wolf,
I don't want
now
you to get
go
brain
to exhibit
freeze.
144A.
It'll be 4 a.m.
And if you could
Oh,
zoom
it
in on that
won't.
for Ms. Hartnett.
The only
and
one
the
around
jury's
will
back.
be pants.
You and pants.
Maybe
Could you draw a
Ice
circle
cream
now
orgy.
around the apparent hair?
Maybe Rose. Depends on if she's working Sunday.
Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If that would be helpful to you answering questions, happy to do it.
Potentially, yes, thank you.
Mr. Wolf?
This is so boring. Alessi, get it together. Have a cookie.
Will that be helpful in me insinuating that you're trying to be withholding of your answers?
Alessi needs a cookie.
Maybe we could zoom in if possible for each one, so we get, would that be helpful if we zoom and get a side by side of the
I mean, even from the
Yes,
overalls,
yeah.
I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall
Okay.
first, that you would like, and then we can, okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head-on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head-on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom, it's still the same from side to side, it's the same orientation, correct?
Ooh, I might have to get some vanilla ice
The
cream.
vehicle didn't move, but
for my
the
peanut
camera
butter
angle
sandwich cookies.
is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different.
You know,
One
Parsons is up at that time.
One camera
too.
angle appears for who's ever taken the photo
Might
who's
have to
standing
tag
off to
him.
the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes. Yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right.
Or
Yes,
butter
I do.
pecan.
Same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks,
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more
12
time
minutes,
to answer them, I'm
dumbass.
happy to do
12
that.
minutes.
So let's just ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Ronnie. So.
Let's just
is
ask
the
your
570
question, dummy.
Each picture oriented the exact same way.
if you could just explain what you mean by oriented. I
Yes,
think that's where I'm
Becca.
confused.
He has no
They're
point.
the same
He has been all over the map.
horizontally.
He is so
Same
dumb.
horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down?
No, it's like every other officer
A 5, a 7, and a 0.
involved
correct?
in the
Thank you.
investigation. He's trying to make it sound like they're withholding
Now, if
answers.
we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in. Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Alessi.
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Is it
Somehow
ever
he's
happened
worse
that
than
when
Alan
you're taking
Jackson.
a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that, so that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
Sidebar, we're done for the day, I bet. She's done with him. And that
How
is
many sidebars
sidebar
is that?
number 5. 5.
No, that's at least 6.
No, it's 5. Because it was on 4, and this is now 5. It's been hours since the sidebar.
Okay, we had the back-to-back sidebars.
To begin with, yeah,
Objection?
they were counted.
Sidebar?
I'm just not sure if the accountant is accurate.
Well, it's not going to be accurate anyway because we missed the hour and a half when the.
I'm just saying accurate from what we've witnessed.
Well, it's been on 4. I haven't had an opportunity to change it, so.
Okay.
Hank, are you
It's on
saying Jim
5
is being secretive?
I think he just doesn't want to answer the questions. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's being a little skittish there.
Okay then.
Is this a conspiracy drummed up between you and your cats?
Yep.
Actually, it may have been between UNCR and Pope Phil.
Well, when you hit somebody with your car, you might get hair on it.
And in the freezing conditions, it could have frozen to the freaking car until it was in the Sally port.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And I heard no claim from the police that hair was transferred when he was hit by her.
Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you
we
can put it
that-
back up on the screen.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
Naya Yaka. Naya Yaka.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
the two depictions that are up on the screen?
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions that you're certain of?
What am I supposed to be
the-
explaining?
Both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone.
Yay!
Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case.
But you shut him up.
Here or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you can walk out at the end of the
Please follow me. Please rise to the jury.
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out?
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
I wonder if the jury was rolling their eyes. She said, you know what? We're done.
Sidebar 6.
He is just all over the map. I mean, Jackson is annoying as shit, but this guy has no direction. I was
You've
lost.
got no defense.
Well, even what he's trying to say, he never got to it.
Right.
She even had to ask
Well,
herself questions.
He kept making it sound like she was intentionally not answering his questions, like they've done with every other hell, most everybody but Mrs. O'Keefe.
She had a very specific job, and he asked her things she knew nothing about or had anything to do with.
Yeah.
Like the undercarriage. Is that what you call the undercarriage? What?
Your undercarriage.
The undercarriage, the heat from an
He just wants
undercarriage.
to know about the cause, twigs, and berries.
Yeah, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, he's never had a jury trial before. His attorney. He's awful. He's unpracticed, and he's awful.
Come on, Judge.
Yeah, those are my chimes. I have a fan on right in front of my chimes.
Let's adjourn for the day, Judgy. Folks,
I
we'll
used
be
to have
back.
some wind chimes up on my front porch, but I got tired of listening to them in storms.
Yeah, I've got one in front and one in back, and they're both wonderful.
Folks, we'll be back with you at 8 o'clock tonight for our normal Wednesday night show. Then we're back with you at 8:55 a.m. Eastern tomorrow morning with more of
Don't
this riveting coverage.
Sounds so thrilled, Joe.
I need sleep in the worst way. Between the allergy attack and lack of sleep, I was dying. When I said I had to leave for a few minutes, yeah, I was coughing my brains out because the allergens are so bad today.
Well, I'm hungry as hell, so I'm gonna finally have lunch.
There you go.
And then go into a food coma for a few hours.
Good.
I woke up 5:35, bright and chipper. Had my coffee, my breakfast sandwich, read the news, went to the car wash, tried to get in trouble, was ignored.
Pope Phil talking about his bone-in pork chops yesterday or whenever.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yep, but I gotta wait until Saturday before I can make it by the butcher to pick some up.
Yummy.
Okay, I'm calling it. We're out of here. We'll
Bye,
see you at
everybody.
8 o'clock tonight, folks.